qinakat ulupak qinnuartullannialiitsunga munarit quvluta iloqata ataneeq mumiktitsiruat ukuallu hivunniortit isumangit ataneeq hilivilluge ilihimanartuanik matkoat inuit iloqaannik maani nunaptingni ikajorniarmatigit kutsakhiliviiliitsqasai toamikuvlupak munarahiliitkitit havaktuattaaq matkoat munarriruat oqautsiptingnik ataneeqilignun qaitkitka uvanga huilloqama ilignun qinniuartuga ataramik ataneeq ukuatahiñoqaqqarpatalluamik eqqartillugit uumihuutaatsuamik quvianartuamik qaitsimauarlugit uvlupakaahin munaraligitsumaiptigut qanoq iñuuniarutikseraptingnik iñuuniarutikput ilihimaneran unitarpullu iñuuniarutikput ilihimaneran ataneeq ilivitkamanartuatiin munaranialiitkiptigut Jesus atqagun aperigikpin amen.
Please be seated. I'd like to thank Ms. Slavey.
Miss Elias Masiru sitena karachiki onihwe. Kawe go kete. Kwa kawe. Mr. Speaker, Echo Legislative Assembly kajo ayun bet are ada koyune Hindu konsi ayun sigui wesit uleke de kak awe echo karusi gulten ke ayun se yesit dura ayun kak kinut kiuts ani hweta sur begolat at down hinta Hindu ayun ayeta go sane suits eduse hinta hinti khaitanet egola hinta sin karusi dire ayun tu teligunan ke son koyegola hens adit dire kiuts ani It's at 278 a canet con ayune ligunanik a sensura yune seeking la hinta. Dirsi koyune hinta dir ajonek ola kontake gots ayune konsenoke ingola got ayune yola hinta high ayune 150 million canet sompa ayune kongulia good legots and notes uti hinta denata kayune kongots and like deconet ulane ayune a second la took in at leg ola to carrot leg ola jone hinta den sink ola yune hotel noga yune sekin la henda dir ajone dir ko kare ligunda yune ko ta sauke onkla yune sekin la da hawgare ko yune guit asaku telega akin la da yine tsina tsegola ligu ola yune kaninde bet akogla tsi wi kagut in kare ligu tsigo winde henda yune kagut ilega suri begola tsuta henda tenke na cute ayunanas asaguteleganas so kongunza and a corner so ayunico gets a dinner cabet ayunet the surrender but at the quantagones so than a corner so exatinda and at the conitic hagucha son the co ayunegones so and a caninda unetenike ayuna erlaketa and like quant angles on takegones on a kitera the hecola congones so gets a dinner but at the quantagones so and that big it's a day. Mr. Speaker, did a Slotono on Ding Koi Unisonats in Labo for Delta is it in La Egola Ayunakilla Vic Egola Consit in La Da Contact Toyacula. It's in Ding Koi Unahindegola sits in La Ku Ayunet Denica Unisikin La and Ayunet Fago Deneguinakin Tiki it at Fort Simpson Gola and this North Slave 25 National like ko ayune cargo on gomonane yell knife ia kola jone sits in like kongo kola cargo bemonola unisikin la for diono also to sa tu ayune sits a lot a konting ayune le kontle sikin la selak ono na ke ko ayune south slave sikin la kola jone chu wa kong tenekola sikin la he river view lodge kola sikin la dai kola Israel kinta ko ayuna kola tiri 14.7 million kanet esompa yone kinila do kanita elecho ya yone diet agala kutanoa dute likunen hinda kandida ayuna da konseu kyu inda dute likunen inda ayuna kwaku kina tekola da amigo helatane hinda tira ayuna tene ke ayuna bo for delta satu nahande e kute ayuna konta egala taka ko ayune ko hegala keta ayune tira ayune kongala kinta Heda te liku nene dirisi ayune kotanet egala kinta si ayune betena siguina telek aliyala keta da kanet aneso gutle na kutega igala keta da ayune kanet ayisira ayune den ke kwa kene teko hegala keta kwa kane heda dira ayune diri dio no dira ayune den ke en eko tseke ko hegala keta kanet adira ayune dirisi kahonen oso lai tene kani galai taga ko aku kena ta hai ton te kande enta jo konta mi jone diri kani ga gasulu tene hwena kakura sida kani jone dule na hasi kona khoda ta ho aji hulle kini wente e ko ke ti chukina tle kani sa din khala agala ke dana jone ko kene te kani ta ten kene so kona kute consider kola kai jone bello kongola nesugo ketuti kanit atarecho ai takin la kanyana yune ko keret akin la yune 3 avec ayune na son ko ke gala ke ta ayune tani na so be ke tuti ayune dule kani be gala ta be one ko tsena kin la tu tani ko la ke ta kane ke kin la enta ko ka we gala ta ka ko la ko he gala ke ta ye ka ke hwe kane ta ayune be lo tse dire ko ke kina ta dire kon ta kane tsila ta ayune tani be ko ayune ba tsetane tani asine sone kola guti ni kata yunia keta and jo ko ola keta ke ka je ne sont pas là ne kane ale chota ayune ten ke ko ga kone so gut ulet ana sona kute ami ke ko hurilan ko tsana je dir ko gut in ke yune ma sigurusi ami ola keta ke kola ma sigurusi ari yune go ten ke ne so guti kini we ka chagala keta ta ayune what ko ayune din do na in Mr. Speaker.
WT. Member statements, or minister statements, I should say. Minister and TPC.
Hiti kona ko klakoita. Mr. Speaker, itiri ko gekere kuika itiri hiti kona kaniga itiri kani itiri tene odi atane soku itiri hiti kona kani itiri ko kani etana oki hetu tane kani de enta ka itiri yonele hede sinaje chegara kani kucha iti kani iti Mr. Speaker iti kani iti ye ko kere ko iti yona la tinga ne yon tiri itu le kunen ta kani ko se tenna ke tiri jucho de ka we ke ko sam ta ti kani iti ye ta ni kani ye kani iti kani ye ga la chu ta ke che ti le onde iti ko kere ko se iti Judy Hoshati, Hero, Hati, son. Honeno sola kaniga kaniga line down there. Honeno kani high kaniti son patani cannot say on the later. Tiri kaniti, Tigo Gary, we said that yone tiri Ligunanga yon gosan. I don't touch the charity at the Bukiriko. Kadri tani iti kani kani ye sina chaya ko la ye kardani kina ko ke kase he kani indo kani kuti hala kese da 2025 kudri kani diri ichi I kiri ko sikiri keda de ye ela de kani ti tani diri la kuta kani diri yi you got okay, like a taco canitri. Mr. Speaker, de cadri, diramico che così e diri canitri, cookie, cowway, canitri, hide, in Cladago secret, like cadri, iti hati taat kitana kani iti kon kaya kwa kin fan da diri iti kon kani iti hati chantana tetan son ye ta tenda ye kani kulu ye ta chon ya wala si ka fa ko chang ta da ka diri ye kani diri iti da ni kina ko kwa sa dik ta nen ka diri iti kani iti ye na so kani iti kadule ni kina ke iti ka diri sa heol ke ta ka diri kani iti ko ke cha dule Mr. Speaker, iti ka diri ko e tani yuchua ka diri ko tina ui ya da di ita ye yon ko ke nikini teo sa ko masi da diri iti kon ka diri iti ka diri bata una ko tia dule ka anta di diri ka we ke heol ke ta kani diri I sopa kani diri ita ka diri diri Di kani di ko kekere ko se diri ka diri tau te kani diri du tanen ka ko kani di kaseri na ko tia dule masi Mr. Speaker.
Members,
Kawi ko te, pero ketere hui ko kete, Range Lake. Asi Mr. Speaker, titiri ayuna. Diri ayuna. Itiri Canada, jiko tato north of 66 parallel, and adiri ayuna. It adiri 2011. Adiri college kadiri ayuna. Ayu tani go kine te yagala kinta kanet go ne takin la kanet adiri malawa go ne te yakin la adiri kane kalchana zonda region ekle hegala ketara sendri ayuna Suridu yu kanen nu fakada na je kanen ajone go he kagont adiri malawa etana go ne te ya United kontakane ligunene kane go kedene go hega la keta ayune kane da go kenete und go kenete gane du let go hegete a josin go sa ketere go sinto diribet are and den kedik etana go ne tende dirika diri ayune Etiri tani konikin tani sompa kotlinde hinto del son hindu sompa ba wala la da etiri kotla hong government 2 million kanet eket einla and adir kanit dana mala watan gona tende ji Canada e ana dana ga guriji kanit and la kon gala keta guriji ta dir ayuna halot bega titan esaba walanda I kanni dula sonni kanni kulu sonni la kont and dir kola hin totara wabet as it inko yala kintani kin lata dir agala ka kani agala kyuta ta into den amme agala kyuta ta net agala ta ta cho ayune den bet our ande I ko hegala ta ko tsontana ken hega and jiri kola ta honkureji sonne kulu dene due dene heget ko kureji kani ko konthele da tu te ligunana kani konthele da ko kureji and etiri kon tsontana ke ko kongu ile kola and etiri ammi kani yagale tant asone etiri kola kaninde din ko tsekore ane ko taretasa and aditiri kola yune mola watene kone teko tsnata tsritiende kako ha Range Lake ajo anata tunu hit ati tanahwe asake dila anata nda masi and adiri se diri kola diri ko tsnat etiago o henta diri se Dene Kǝdǝ mola wake go ane tende iji kanet aditiri kola go ane tago ozo on ele kulu se dute ligunana ayune go bet are and henta besatzere wende I going to take out the you know.
Nuvik Mootlik.
Nu pulia ko keweta. Master Mr. Speaker. Du ne ta kadri on ta kadri. On ta reach to birthday at the bed sinanda. Sen ka on ta direte. Heli Roger de. It kadri se khai de begai ku annuity. Ninite night you could say my night. Du go ye go ye something go hey do Alaska ye card ye card Air Force ye bed in a link with their card ye card the card we're going to telecogation and on their card the card is river how did I bet tie hit that river done it do in bed.
Member statements. Member.
Go get it with Satu. Merci, Mr. Speaker. My name is Dene Kǝdǝ. June R.J. Simpson, Mr. Cleveland, hey, go he contact Coverley, go to Chief Kashan, the council, go ahead, the Sisuri, but our aunt, go ahead, the Ayuna Ayga, let's do that, Diga, and it assets in Lat and Dada Watch of Inga, and call on the Netzel King, a concourse with Sins, a Diga Kunta. You said the I Daniels eller in his essence eller you see I never got at that he got at that got a head it didn't but at that go on and I work got a totally couldn't got a glass and I can't you got another day. I take this sura you got away can it and the sort of hegel to Daga got at the in a cosont elle ya and a coco cake cinder you know yet okay I yet a good now ye got ugly good cake at the Kedena Tena de can nigger hint door you go son okay and I do go good and do cover leg and a corn it did a sink it did a conta. En tucho in e coxinga caninija into it's anti like ono caraccioli bucarawa unique elude hike eludok it's a ninja and ni do caraccio I unique that's it got and it's it de cook and it's any on I hindu and carcagon and you see I gonna Corazonda Kadit Mr. Speaker, United Hegelats at Dandeka, the contact, the Wake go Hegelats at Daneka, Canning, Kinaguts at Aneguzi, Anesuri, a unique honey, and a Zontle Hegelats at down the Besatina rain when I go with the Keno Masi.
This member from Trinity.
Trinity will do go give it up. Mr. Speaker. You go where did you go? Galway like 1990 card. Galway go get Kiriku go Hegalata. And that did her did ye go to Hinley can need there, you can need there. Ye can need there. BHP did ye, nay, you look at that card, did I need go hell with that card in Clayaki Chicadi. And that dear. Da ka de ye ka ne kwa zonta ka ne mi ga la ta kwa ko na tenda diri ka ko ye ko le diri ye ka ne ko le ka ko ke chin da diri ka ta na so ga la kin da ye da be ta na so ye da re a ka ne diri ye ka ne ye da ko ke re ko ka ne diri ye ka diri da ka de Kadi Jeku Kanidi the Sim in Kayakin Shudi Ha, did in her day Bagonet, a line that carded. Da de kadri se bon ton da kadri se shosin li dwe dir ka kadulle ka kani ye ne yigal keta kadri ye kani ye kwede ti kani gal keta kadri ha hone dir che ku kani dir galai da kani de du de kani de yone dir nen kani de yo yona kani de kani le he kani gal cheta kani dir ye kani tle kutin kani ko he kani na zon kani de ye katana ka ye ten go chila cha dire beke kani dire ye kani kadule beke kani de ye kani ye le he gal cheta ka dire dana ko ne tadu ta nen ga ko da ye na ye gal kata ka dire da ka dire ta ne ga ta si di kani do dana ye ke te ka ko ne tela cha de ye ke len ta ka dire ka ta ni ti ka dire ka ni ti ha han ka dire ye ka wa len te yo si her in sho ke ka ni de dana I do ko re on da ka I ka ru si ne pe ma si dire ba en na ta te so na ko na ha ti da si ke tu le ka na den den ma si da ka dire ka fa ko che ka te ke ko den den ta gal ke ta ye ne yi gal ke ta ka ye ka ni te ye te na so ka ni te gal ke ta ye ka ni da di ka ni ti da ni be ke sa te se ti ka te na ko ne te te ga na so ne ko ni on la cha da de da ka te ye ka ni te tu ta ne ka ni te ne yi gal ke ta ka ni te na ga ku lu we chi la cha da ma si
Member from Yell.
Yellowknife North. Mr. Speaker, duri kaya se asi utlong wana di hueda den ya le galai ta ka na hue en ta ka join the so go tere o je primary care na ti ga ta le en ta ka be ke yo diri ka yo ne tene ke kala na ti ke jo go he ku ti go yo ne tene na ti ke yo he galai ke ta go o se na utilon tele ki tene Then jone natik yoga gontlin kani I sont elikulu wai in it ethlon a yone karecho natik yoga wale da hindu na kahe ekitira dire se dire primary I llechai hinde bena gont atena danet gots ditir natik yoga ni dan etseni we kaniot dirik ola kanina kechai kaya senata huida kaya gala kinta ken kin lata dirik ola ajone dire onte tseku kawina tikere yoke gala keta kan engala keta kone te ike kola yune wai kanye solet anyway kaninta yese ayune natikere yotsek bepi wa kere ande iji kani ko tlakitia kata me hinte kani wai ayune natikere yohega lauta ke tena so se hega kyuta kani onte yeka natikere huilen iji ko egala kyuta kani atire egala ita ke ayunka a mi natik ya ayigala ita ga onte kani ta yeke kreyo and atire he standing kola diti tiri ajone tele tena kake kani egala ita ka kichu kani ga I kola yune na kyo no ting sa che ko ta ni thoko on ta june ye ga la khet ta ta kha yune kha ko fa na tsru ile ga khani khuri ye che ko kere on bala ni ta diri ko la ayune kon ta ga la khet ta ke ko cha mi te ne ke te ne he ga la ta home care ko de dik la june kwa ko tsene thane I ko la kwa ko tsene the kin la ta ayune te ne he ko he ga la ta ga jo ana ta te ne ru se Yellowknife North. A Jonah Tatanut added Danahe, a Saki deal and Anatatanit. Master Mr. Speaker, and Adira and Atatanet a unit a cut delivered our under Ka induce na so and ka big ne kun ya big and that Dene Kǝdǝ a region ko ga he ko to hospital ka yune na so ko tsare ona so ne ko tse aga ka and long en in la masi.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ye khani diri ye khani sin khani diri ye internet di khadiri ye khadiri ye khai zon kuri ye ontale se tar wait khani si kel jata khani diri ye khadiri joy ko gere kwetiri taki diri ka ko cha ande ta khai to be hetri ta khai ba cha ta ko da ni khani diri diri ko ke kere kwe ka diri la ni si de kina ko ko se de la trai ka ni diri ayon la thala in de ka 15 ne ku de ka ni de si ka ni free ko ke kere onda de ka ni de in le ka free ye ka la kenta ye ka ni ku slow down de ka ni de ye ka ni build one nine de ka de ye ko ga la ka ta ko hisi ye ka de ye ka ni de ye ka ni to da ni ko ka ta ko ke ka ni satin hai ka ni de ka ni ha ho ni le ni kin shu e belong de la bill 26 e ki shu le e ko se ko ka we ka ni ga la ka ta ta ka de ye ka ni e ga la ka ta ka ni ko de ne ko te kon sin de ne so ka ni de ta ka de ye ka ni ju jo de ge sa ku ya ho na ka de ye ka de de ne ka ni ka we le ko ka ni sa ni chu ne de ye ka ni si ko ku la chu le se ne wen de ka ko ye ka de ye yon da ni de ni ta ni ke na ko se ka ni ko ke ga chu ta ka ni de ne ka jo ko tu na de wi ko ye de si sa ni chu na ka de ko ke ke ta na so ka de e ka yon ne ayon la he na ke che la ke de le ye de na ta ke ni we ko ke na ke na ta da ka ni si ko ke ka ala da de ka ye ka ni de ga la cha ta ka ni ga ko yi la on ta masif
Statements. Member from the Decho.
Mr. Speaker. Do te lukuname ayuna konta etiri kontu da Dene Kǝdǝ sidri wige ona kotarate bisik ola ayuna Dene Kǝdǝ ola kutsuri we ko kara akola kutsuri we ayuna dire kontu kaniso ayuna do te lukunana ayuna kakonte suri ayuna Dene Kǝdǝ ayuna jisin takanet esone dire ayuna ye kani ayuna Dene kare choka sura ayuna kakutian ayuna kakitio keteso kin chuda bats adont ele suri horilla ayuna 2023 kani si ayuna tani pegala tsuta kitiga ne eke seda ayuna awe ke go he gala kinta ko tsatira ami Dene kani ta betsura we kola ko kenainti ta honen oson la gudi kitsi tani ayuna ko tsan ko tsu ara ayuna huila tega pala tsata kiti ta ajitse ko tsura ta titir March 31st 28 go tse pegala tsata ka thai hai ka ala sini kola ase gala ketane ase gala itane ta kiti leje kala beguti ayuna Dene tse ka ke ila ami ko tsiri we kala den tsana ke ta dira jone ya khane take tani kanine okini ole ya sin gulak tani gulagut tani betsa ye de konta ayuna kota and akana ke hai alle begalat data den ke ayita kinla ayita begatruya tani den kotsana ke dine ya yone konta ayone kani den ke kasik ala de ko silende igare ta halot ni wata yala kintano ni wakanigule dirisi kanikola yone pelote suri sego anehwe masi.
Member statements. Member.
Jolla central kokiveta. Master and mistress did ye can insurance can need yet and Nazoviata could dear cut. Done need a year unit and a can need a lishara cadre, a schedule can need takinaketa. A dear cadre, a good lua corridor. Ye can need ye can need. Ita ni ti tene gare kani kullu ko kere de katre mi ke ta chre wa dule ti katre ta ni se china che dia dule ye kani ti ye na do yo kani ti ye katre ye de so pa da ku china ke ti ye de har de china te ye kani ti ta ni ke na ko kani ti Tani ye kani tiri tani ta tena na uchiga kala chetale khatiri ye kani tiri tani ta kina ko kwe kule tiri tena yonga cheta yute khate luchi ke yal nai peti kani tiri ye kani soni ku kharte na te chwe khate ye kani tena ta ko cheta khatiri ye tena na te khaide na so ko hegala cheta ko ye kani te ye kina tao chare o kani si kani te kina cha agole ye kani sompa ga kani te ye kani te ye mi se ye ta chingwi kani ye kani te ye kani te ye da na ye chi kani ye sompa ko cha te te ye kani te ye ta ni te Sinaye ke tinda de yi kani de shiri de kai kine weta ke dita de yona de na wena yona de na den la kwe de hin de kon wa fan ko chi ko cha ada de ye kani na song sa he la cha ta ko china che dia ko shiri ko kwa hui lan kha ku ye kha de yi de na se china ra de ke tin kha ye ko be china che dia ko
Colleague.
Joe did a unit and town or a unit good nanny. The ticket de conta a yuna sing or the yakinino a yesensuri a yuna belots edete illegal nanega coniti catchasone community affairs ya unisuri nazo kuchakla kenta a singont and ego at dirisi a unique or suri a unit and a kid got a unit a keta Guds din zone de hare gala keta henta tire soko akani kontakunu so gala kenta meta khala se jo a united na han beauty ne ben ije met adetir khani gala kenta si da hare kit egofne edet na kiteta ko kontana kutse ko kuluson ko den asautel kinwe gala keta den hani beauty ne ben se ayune asi so kanidara chogola kintada nada naketse asia kitsi ayigala takini we ni tebegala tsata kitsi kolagala takin la adirajone edirena nakyon also to asi doego kitsi gutsi de kaniko kitsi da ayun kontago tsene kete ayune Pegola de Kanyan Ajone den Unit Negolago Ketegala Keta, Nahani Duben, Istriga Unit Hegala Ketarana Ketse, and the Ikukets and his minister similar. Yesidri, a Une, a Sia Une Gonja, Ayune asi den zoten kwentagon zona zoten ne word the kuts eti galat etat kaniga ayune suri yo showcasing kanigo cha ayune su dikinle galaketa konta town on tai kayunla ayune ko hela kentara kanya ayune kilat Fort Simpson I det hede shohe I ola misri gots 90s and adira ayune konta det cho region ayune denen konta go ala kelta goza ayid akuela dinikola kanine so akita kabik erejo nek ayune nat eju goza nek bakat et ene sukaten del taleta ayune egala kelta kola nakini lukwa kukine tegola ayune onta kekola go head ego hegala kelta de kekola ayune de zone de keko getik ola ayune kanne ayune the First Nation go shone when they sit surna zogala kinta kanit ayune de cho hen hanu built den gola ben gola dine kane karachona zogala kinta ayune go satsone gont on masigurusi
For Mofi.
Fia ko kiweta. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Iti duusana. I tsio kohta suuntainen itselle klinchonko kohtaakuta. Tässä yritän vaan niin tuon. I kai mie ja raati kai Kevin Nitsisa Junior. Tässä yritän siitä I siri alle I kadire. I kanne siitä CPPT syndrome tetene I kanne dir. Nadir yon sietiri I fako dialeknewe. Kanyo Kevin kanyo donarewe ka I do da dir ka dir ka natsi bit da beni natse diri yon kanne diri emi yuna disi diri dene kanne diri emi kanne siri I be tabe no sir nakets diri siri Ashley he Kevin Senior said it siri na gonina said it ka deja ka diri siri be ga tuen go de ka ko yeki kiti it ka diri de yeki kiti age sin so I can't dikulu diri ka Kevin ka diri so to high go say said siri yo kenet honda ye kanidri yiki kiti di go di kaned I de sin zone ya ke March night 2 Kevin ka di ka bella rewe da ka di ye siri de to tin on net honde da do it diri kanidri be good di kanidri Esin kanidri and that de ka siri be gar ka siri da diri ka di kanikulu de Planio dara chaguri yi kanidri ye kani siri ye go ni siri naita kani kani ko tinka Kevin diri ka diri da ka siri kani ko het sinago da wati to iti ka yi kani diri ye na diri yo kani yale ko da ka de yi ka diri mi ko kutsina ki dia dule ko tini kani diri yo ne ko wene kani ko non ko ta ka de ye kani yi ko I kutsina ki dia dui kani diri ye kwa guri yi ko on 카네티리 카티리 이 카니티에 요네 고촌테 라인테 카네티리 디손토네 시리데 치위클루 Mr. Speaker, the Hakaniko on the Yetenun, then ye can need a choka which requisi a yone, Kaniko chago, not of the fago, yet and heteritan, Kevin can need ye seriate. Ye boating a serio not all cafe, ye yongo tagulitiri, ye card. Ete kadiri Kevin je ashiri ko betar a kadiri I kadiri mi ko tsenari ka ye dene yuru shakini we kadiri yone saute de kontra se hedi tsontane tsene shekani diri ye kanidi ye mi ashiri ko tsenakinti I kanidi yone diri Clincho region yone yone Kevin Kanye Tsinaki did a car, did a me tonight the clean show garment. Ye a decane like Hone did. Will a day school a yard in like quite in. Ye go ahead then. Ye card. Ye canidri. Ye had not accused a cardri. Can go ahead like quite. Den lloi tsontan lloi on ni tonkai den lloi nai diego I kwa kone tengula tsontan gula Kevin Carter wa de le ko a Dene sere ba kone so da kati ye kati ku le ko Dene sere tloni weso I kina da de kina chetla de Sin son dwe ba gure yida kani kulu tsontane on tsontan he tele I kade I benno seri I kade Kevin se ye kani tiri kani kulu ye kani tiri ye seri ba kwantako nazo ye yaki ye te no akani ye kani kuichere sakatiri se baeta hatia ye kani tisego cha nta katiri yo kani ton dwe tiri nta gon kachiru te ye kani Ashley hedi beta benno Kevin senior hedi I gona te sewe dutsene kahak niki te New da jini kat garden ta de ye kani diri son ye liake gutin hekina chetle son and desirine son
Our condolences go out to the family, and
ka itiri bon na tetsuwe kadiri da kadiri serine son ye ki kuinte
A charmy than a hillock with sass too. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Merci. Mobina Spears. Aurora, then no head. 21 years ago, you gonna walk which Aurora, the Tahe Angish, the Kennewa, the Serena saw, and the Fort Good Hope got Hekola, Aurora, Betene, Kane Simpson, do Lamo yani oda ka atlagana kent agant ya quid a castle a con ten kogo getile ji lamona yani o Alberta goods a ketega Aurora Kane he Abbotsford goods a jo Masi jo dene na what I had at the net and I got the hair out Masi Rusiha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Joe Tara Brennan Assembly Joetta, he do your the children attack and I kill Lico Hegalaketa, Ariana, it's untaniketini Hegalaketa, the children I can do can hear you know, so go out with the net tender. Then I can go on the Ridge Lake. Must Mr. Speaker, do Pastor says no, go Galoshadik, Yagalaketa, Bertie Merlipa, Christina, Neguini, students, Sophie Bodor, Shashir Lemieux, Senmalen, and Mizinko. Jokirik, we must sit and it's in a latte. Mr. Speaker, John Sigurd and Ontana Tyson, Rose Blake, Miss Mary Anna Cardinal, Joe Dene Kǝdǝ Hinda, Ujit Valata, Nasontan Hegalata, the same. Massimus, Joe Damter Hirque, Joe Meet and Hirque. I meet at you at England, Joe Massidens and not the Russi, a Jokanis of the Nauka. Catch it in the Hirque, so Joe Meet and Hirque. Until hit the birds at the holy. Joe hit the birds as well as at the Trinity holiday.
Member from Trinity Willett.
Trinity holiday. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the two assault delegates did at the two better and at a contact the Ligunan not to the Nabazar and a two collision to the Yahweh and a unit at the United Ligunan. Je sais à unit in Alberta, Molan could go to the Gondanic Elite Ekanet at the 23 coup, the Ligunan, the Canal I Junabelot to a seed to a solar jet ayunabet at ayune did a junabet at horilla a lot like a cohuelita Alberta din ayune and 2 years like a ayunet. I did in the candidate I get in the unit belows a terret a unit go qualitated other but at 2 units we had a unit to that or to sing we can take it a unit and it like do the candidate a unit did a unit belows a did a unit so talk a chogote a unit to not a look all a like in the to take off for a hegola Alberta a saying to go get the city 2025 is slave hegoes at the Basca a take an hour a sing all a journey. Surigulia Gucha, the Pegoret Alna, Uniculia Gucha, ayune Dene Kǝdǝ yon kete int ayune bet sri in bet deye tunilina siko weda 2025 kudir ayune dani teret okani satsuga satsun ka khwet agle keta ayune neson yo kehtilet ayune kanit adute ya kakine tegot ayune hurila da ayune chudet ayune kenat ende iji molanen gots at yondra ka ligunen Canada he dire ye molanen sagunet ayune srik olajune kare chokok de na wa atya tag olayune and tuthine Neda Ontario olaka it akanit a jese ayune belot ediri dute ayune tut adanot on that atrik a wike ligunen chokagede ayune yona de weo ketera ayune Alberta wo go kete ayune den so kete a kete da edir ayune de ayune denike a 25 dusje adu on the note at so but the no yet and at I jelebelot 3811 he the no wago go pana don't at adri that then can I get this ayuna and that go kid don't and like I said get a sonic two a lot I get under that gani sorry let us see go get in all the show it's sets another idea the daily gunnenek awe kedri kanil Alberta Bill 7 year satsonega a kanidute do galaguta Canada ayune but I say Canada as a yiga and it at the Wellandet united to on that take and I simple would Hek ola good eli good nenedusho government Canada equala I jonet good dinat secusinda slit at two way diga got and well la cane dani ayuna asi but ayuna asi or kaniyat ad betat ad alada tuteli gunnen ajoneteri tu tatat inkena ho asia yune be widia go on tute Alberta had the chuna henikola heda federal government equal ye witi ada ye witi kanikola bek e on go on da dirikola jonena so ye hala kata go on April ye to ayuna go kala nadi can take it at asura unit going way to and ayuna kani akagut alega kaniga keta go Alberta federal ola federal ye way there go oyega gutiwa ot ayese and da asin go kala kani at kaget at got or take it and a joy unit away did al jona hene and I gana yuna then work at a got sent in then in a zona kitiako or you got to go aunt a galakatago hek ola deterly gunan a deteric ola arajuna belloza I sheet as had son agalakata due to a dig and where I una assault delega uni galaketako canida I see a light attack and a go went rabbit are a hek ola diri gunan diricola selak onona ketsenates and a guru at irrite masi tunde will de masi head David's in head the whole unit in the show. I see Mr. Speaker. Did it shoot a good idiot kai on tage a you never know connect her. You see the name kui on elevate at with idiot and at I did do a unibet a good idiots at Don Colon de Ligunana and ye truda well lagots and Dene Agola Jone, yet a contayet a good get yonder. Hint I duke all to a get under the 3 Dene a une a une 3 go now where on ayuna ye shokini wet ayuk ekiti wet a south delikini wet a hinto then sontani kene so yeta guti no kini wet a kana ta ke hwe jira ayuna liti du te chuk and a Alberta Saskatchewan Yukon ayer ayuna chu take and a william ayuna and ana hine kabik it's a yonda and ali gunana na hine kola du te dene de kanit dene keri a kanit a jayune chuda agala ketane dene keguri ago onda ayuna de tlekani gut in ke kola yuna gala keta ayet a tuga ketle de kone kola ta get in e chuda kola satsona ko wende de kone hinda yayune ji kola kanende beta den netsin wita beta hin kola beta tsits ewe netana hiniso ayuna so delets anywhere kan da sur huri land e bet an gots ago dan da khai gots eli gunna tin kola ayuna dire government yayune aji khane on de ye truk erinli deni lise ayuna da so delega ayuna kutike sema kenzi river kola kanel kata ayuna sek Canada British Columbia Alberta Saskatchewan Yukon, Northwest Territories, United here, at like as we could decades here, yes, you go any can land at a day to the unit on the net day to dig in a wet as a unit boats if they could decades in that did better on the canico eat out in those on Tankewa, quick it's a on that. I did like as any work here in it as on tele, there is really good did not sound that that Nahini or but I could say did to Nazago. And ayuna dene kwantaya kanne kola kanne da ayuna dene yata so del onde ye tugena de go tisa ayuna kanne se ayuna bots etendara etiri kola Yukon kola ayuna tu vet ara anta suri chuna so the when go or and did chuk da well la yuna and ayuna hegala get da good dear unit let's not it did that to it there go on it ana the go hits a I can let that did chuk nisi a good dictation and in the hara go on because at the go that did ayuna like as in a was it did a ayuna did ayuna tana na wura at ayuna pe what's it there go on and na hene ayuna tan yo lut riwa da khane si ayuna tana wa ko hia go on khasana tana word ago kidon tara konta ayuna ta ke jinde ayuna chuse ta kidon da la ko re ta ko on adu tira ayuna tira ame dene ke halot e got the neck e ke tuani e ke di ayin nek e got le ayuna yo ke di es ana krejant e ka dine yet ana zogo ke di da so tele kini we but akola shich e ye kolant da hinto the no wura so tele any one da e said to see the no wura night taunt at the segure on the kanida ayuna kanid al de lle dene kara a llela tint and ayuna dene edi dene another way kanid adir ayuna kanid le gudi le ketsene we garagalat atako or bets not area ko so de big acha chudu da go de ayuna nahina begot big etya ko o da ayuna hindos sontane ekonike sontane dene chake ayuna so we etya ko and aditire hite belts da holy but not that sisi begene o de telegona tunuson ma se techo
To the motion.
Motion de tune de will de go give it up. Mr. Speaker, you didn't so good teaching where not out away. You can't do the shooting, you can't do the yachting, can you can some tanago like hard, you can kill anyway. A dear, can go give it the city. Kagat na kill no dene connected ni is on tele. A take out dene so high did a yard chin take a nick a compa. ye kadiri sene ye egalaita sene ko nata we diri kadiri ye kadiri ye kani mi tene wa te konta de kwe kadiri ye kani ye naiti ya de ji de kani diri shiri de kani ye kayone tene ya be kuri di kani diri ye kani de ye yi de tene ga batare ashe de ga naso ku di kadi jene we kulu ga kagon tele da de la ka ye tene kani diri ye kani ye na keje kani de kwe na kani diri etso ke kani da ko ke di ye nege nta de ka ye diri ne he tu he na zolande khingola de kachinte nta diri ka de da ka diri ko ke chiri quiz kani de tani da de I go in ikini de se de kani ne dan chane kini on like in la da diri da ka diri ye kani yone si chiri kani ye nege kana kere ta ye tue kani de ka de ye ka ya ni fa ko sa jo de na sin tiu de ye ka de ta ne de ye ga la ka ta kani on te kani siri ne chiki fida diri da ka diri da ka siri di ka na ta se fe kani ke ta de kani diri na ta se fe kuli de ka do ka kon wa ko on de da diri ye kani de ye tridi de ne he ke chi se diri da diri kani ta ni ko chi di kani kai de de on da kani ko ke re da da diri ye kani diri tu se ke na ta ne ye dio ga kani ta kani yo ne ye kani le he I dana wa he kani diri kani tu kani ke chu te te ye kani diri ne kani a den ke tion da na ta se fe kani on tel da ga ye kani de yo de ne yi gal ke ta ye ne yi gal ke ta ye for make miracle ye de ye tu kani tu chile kani yo ne tu na kana ke ta ye ne ke kani da ye yo ne tu ta cha de ka de ye se ba ta sin lo sin we da de ye kani diri fa go za ka ke include ke til ha du fa la honi yo ke on da diri ye kani ha hone du fa la ka ke di da diri da ka diri ye da ka we go ke re ku hani yo ke rin shol le dana wa ka ku di ga kani ha hon yo ye ke shwa ke cha da diri da de ye kani diri si gala cha tande si kani tu da chin we ne kuli ka le che dia go on kulu ka de ka diri fa na go on de la yo ne kani le sina ta chiri dia go ta diri I do Alberta de tengola diri ka we I ta ikel keta diri ka diri sin so kel keta la I go dike singar diri da de ka diri kani diri ye kani ye do Alberta Bill 782 ye ka diri sin na kid da ka diri ye na iti che kani tu da tana ke kani Vancouver da ora choka da kani diri ye ka diri ye na zone kani diri na hela ke da go ka ken lal kani tu ke in da de tani da kani gala ke da sin da de tensana da ko ke nikin le ka de da de ka diri include yani ti te kani tu yani lin se diri ye yona tu ta de ye dio ga la ye tu da ya wa la kani yon kani diri yona tani ko o se yona chi dire we da diri da ye si da chilbe ta kani diri yon be ye khani tan ta kha khirin til de khani ki nau khe da kha tiri I kha I treat you well la kulu tani ko se tia yone ko abatar ala kenta dene ala tal kha tiri dene wa islete ye khani tiri ye khani ye Alberta si ta ko senior tia khani tiri ye khani ye dana te khani ko se te khini ala anda tiri iti na sare onda tiri kagu kan keu kini fegur khatiri ye khani tiri ye ne khego tin khani gala khata khatiri anda tiri yone khatiri ye tana wa khani ko gere khu khani khulu khani ye khani tiri ye pc khani ko tigar khani tiri ye tani khani te khegala khata khatiri da tiri tani tiri ye khani sikina go khuli ko kekina kina thala da tiri ka tiri da tiri khani tiri ye chuku tigar te khani tiri ye khani tiri khani le he tiri be ikala seta tiri motion se te yon sao te yona Sir Nazoko Suit Tago, you treat your right canate and a south de chakanate. Ye canetani canatiri, canine two, caniga, canioga ketala canate and canico kera on tatiri. Thy dog with the catiri, e cani and Hitlaco Alberta canatiri, Disico canacala in Hitlackets in tatiri. Ye khani ona kin la ye gala ketake and da ye tu ta sikere chakulis ye yon ko ketela and da diri ye tu nazok dan gudia khani ona natike wel ka diri da le he khani diri I khani nazon le soe ko ko se te khani diri ye khani tiri ye tana khani tiri tana nana khani tiri ta hon ta bird de tinta ne galo ta khani wa khulu tu ta khani tiri kha ko na ta se fen kha ji tan ta ko ta yo ne ko ta kha che tia go ta kha tiri I ka we khe tiri kha yon se he go chabe ke la se ta go ma si tune te wilde Frimley ka go kyoda. Masi Mr. Speaker. Du hago denne felada. Du kad. Du kad dirita ani siri. Diri take disiko sinatari tia. David. Veke go chako tele. Masi Frimley ka. Great sleeve o kyoda. Masi Mr. Speaker. Senegola Senegal ongoch slobeke kuhtan. Di kadri ye kabe to sinatari tia kate February 26 ku diri dari disin ka koke sinatari tia. Greatly masi. Mackenzie Delta go kiweta. Master Mr. Speaker. Singola gong kuhtena hala. Ka fage ke kenta. Charlie Snow she cook detino. Ka seri yona tau found I tu so dele in tardensi tu nili bisi go ladri kani dene ke dene si dili dadri ye tani de ye de speta takutia yona kane ka yona tau fetile masi Mackenzie Delta Yellowknife Center. Master Mr. Speaker. Ka siri te I khani te siri yona te ke uegare kuti ke sin. Dadiri I tudana solde I seta ka tudar kutse tionde. Da ye tani ka te yon. Ka te beta siri te kutsutia ka te I miatin te siede. Tu siri te ka se yone sin son te ne sin khani te tu ta khani te Natsi tesitteri tuudena sollende de sidena soalde da dirsin glabette dirikuttisin otarihtia. Rinchliga okevada. Massa Mr. Speaker. Da singa laitiri den da dise kapenet betsin otarihtia. Young now than a niche, First Nation had chew dry grease caned. You can need to take ninety Dionili Canidi, you treaty Kadeka, then a good ticket. You had in two, but I could say Dean Negal, but I could say Deka. You treaty right there, then a Kai Kaniwa on the card. And the Kata near you, the Galway Canila hair, Canitri here, Hasibetara on the. And the Hamasi Dirikasiri, better on the Dasari, but a good dinner on Canitri. Will it take an idiot? And the Katirita Neo not the Kiwi on Tenaco get then. Kite, but it's not a here. So two I go give it up. Massy, Mr. Speaker, Senegola, not fair cargo, it's not a here. Because the nature car, not go get the year me go get in there. Kite didn't go in the sea to double good city on there. You can't tiger Nilina. Gonna go you get a cooking to that guy, but when I say I sell it, I know it's not a here. More fear go give it up. Master Mr. Speaker. The record did you done then I say better on there. The short that the car they did but two better good city on there. The net town there car better good city on the silver better. Much more fee. To bad charcoal good. Mr. Speaker, a dear motion I did good descender. The George do none say that is ideal. Motion question.
Bootleg Assad dealer.
Very important issue. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Dirbatar on the internet and Amid at the read sender Gorata Guziguk and Atla. I unite and a winner na way. Will it be with a show that too? Before you'll center, you're on the French Lake, man from Newvic Wood Lake, and from Montfree, from Frame Lake, man from Slave, from Mackenzie Delta, Mackenzie All Knife North. I'm in anywhere. I made at the route to New not here. For the Belcher, for in the south, to Camley, for the north, and for the south, for the two legs, and from Neckport.
Thank you.
Colleagues,
And Joe, you know when the only made that read sell nothing. Had the balls the whole had the balls at the real knife center. Master Mr. Speaker, had the balls at the Naki within the Jersey. There a unit on day Joe. You know, Alison, the 2025, Bragg 26, the commission boundary that you won't go during any kind of 2025, 26, the commission, you know, the United Book and Civic and Yell Knife Centers and that I did at 483 brackets 1, 2025, 26, a unit elect transboundary EU and other unit come there holds at there. Yell Knife Center head developed at there. Question. ayun ami ha anyway ami anyway ami da drusil anyway da de bals da holy de bals da yol knife setter. Most of Mr. Speaker, the Kachuna Kesi, the Assembly, compass Sagut any didn't Sagut any cut the 20 brackets on the Yana Quinta, got a Ligun Assembly, the United Danny, then I sat in the relate like got a that anywhere like it. Met also ligun and then a unit and got an agide or Junipeguji that I said as his civic and any ongots at the Yale Knife South sits another digit and it left 445 -20 brackets 1 2025 Yanagita ligun nana the assembly say Danny then got an at it asagut in an asagit in got an agide. Yellow Center. Okay. I'm anyway. I'm in anyway. Okay. I'm the Russian when hit the bells at the holy. Hit there. Mofi.
Okay.
Mofi ako kewata. Iti motion na kesi. Diri ye dene cha diri kongu ina penna guhtile ka diri dene kani diri son dene cha diri zentao nong son labe hai kani diri ye kongu ina ke dende iti kani diri la targa iti kani diri ye nao kiri dia diri da diri iti kani diri ye ka diri ye kani de ye kontakon etsilende de ne chasiri kwa kule ye da ka de ye kani de de ne cha kani shirvet ko tara ande da de ye kani nazo ku dia kani de ne cha ka de da ka de ye kani si ku de kani de ne ake ki dia ande da de nazo ku dia ka de ye governa de ye kontana ko chade e khane de ye diri khane diri dene cha de khane tani chago onde de now tile yakile ye khane now kiriti khatri ko thera den khatri khane de ta yakile dula anda diri du emotion de choka ne de shehe da diri di ka we ko kere ko ka diri ka ni ku di ka ne diri ye de ne cha na ku tile ka ne ga ku di ku chi na ke tile di ka ne chen ta no so lai ka ne diri ko wa ne ko ni wen da diri di ku di jo ke ji ku di i ka ne ku di ku chi da diri se la kono ona kea, ono tsene den siketa kutina kutsi. Te chwago, keweta. Mr. Speaker, diri, sene ka diri, sere diri ka wese diri ye ka ne kutsi. Sen tau no, son lao no ko gai diri, konvi na kete. Ita ka diri ko nina o tala cha kani ko getsu te ka diri kani di dine ka ye sere dene chokin te ta dene ka diri ye kani diri kani de si de ti kani diri tle kani diri ye iti kong kani diri ye kani yone ka diri sere dene cha son kani diri ye yon ko son pa ka we kudi ko he wila de satane te na ke tine ka shiri kwa kore yin yo chen a son dene cha kani gala cha ta de da di ne zo ku di ye dene ye de ta kere a ye de kan konta kani de ye ko e kani ko kani ko no ka tiri kon ku le ta tiri ye kani tiri ye kani ko re se yon de tira de ka tiri ye kani de e tiri ko so pa ke na te la kani de ye kani se re ko di to ka an te ta e tiri ye ka tiri ye tu ta tena tan serena zon da to tena ko he ko ka da tiri da ye ka ni te den go ti ke tiri e me sin te ka ni tiri ye da ba ko ka re de na cha cha de den da ni tiri ka ni na so ku ti ga ka ni tiri ye de kon ta na ku te ga ka ni tiri ye ka ni te do ko tin ke yon ko che yu te ka te do ye ka ni te ye kon ta yo ne ka ni te ye ka ni te ye ka ni kon ka ni te ye ta ni ko ke ti ga re ko te la ta re ta ya ki le ka ni te ye ka ni te ye ka ye ku wi la kin la na ke tu la kin la da ka te ye ka ne ba ta ko ni chin wi a le ta te ye ka ni tiri ka ni de I do a de ka we ka kwa na so ko a ko te ye ka ni tiri ye ka ni te ye ka ni te beta de kon ta na ku cha ka ni tiri ye ka ni de ye de ne cha da ne ga kin ta sin ta na ga ne kin online ta da tiri en ta se tiri da na so kwa cha ta ko na so ko ki che ti a ko ye ka tiri ye ka ni tiri ye tiri motion se che na ta re ti ta ka tiri ye ka ni tiri chen ta no so lai ko ga ni ko cha na kon ke na ki ti la che la mo fi a ko ge da ma se de sho a ko ge da ta rin ti Mr. Speaker, du ta nene de Dene Charlton de Kate, why can he go chakwa grey, can he go some park, what's an inch or collider. Ye can he says I seen that the go chai go grey, a good thing. That ye cannot go now, Tikate. Ye can is Nariti can need the conk now, Tikate. Da ka ye kon ta ko ne chila ye da ye fan ya ko la ka ne ye ka ye ka ne de ka ne kon ina che te ko ye sin ko ko da da ka ye ka ne de ne cha na kon ta na ke te ka da ye ka ne ye kon ta ye da ka te na te na ko ke te na a ka ne yo ne do ka ne te do ka le da ka sire da ba da sire da na cha cha la chin da ka ne son pa he te re ta ko le da ka ne so ku te ka ne ka yo ne ka ne te ne ko be gel cha ta ko da ka da te ne a ka ne do ka an da do ko da I kon zon da ka ne te ne so ku ka ye ka ne da on kon ko ri cha ko ra te ka ne son te ne cha na che tin de ka ne te ne better tin cha ka ne ki che ti ka te ne so ku ga ka ne ko ko ga ra da te ne cha ka ne ba ko yi ko che alles sin ka ne ne so ku ka ne ke na sa an ka we si ka ne ye ka ne te ne cha ka ne ke na ko an na son ko na pe na ke na ku le ka ne ne so te be ni na o tale ka ne be ka ne da ju cho ko che ko se yo ne on ta ra tin ne so ka ne te ne cha ki ti ga ko do go 마시 모션 연내 센트럴하고 교회다. 마치 미치고 시내골라 가봐 온다들이 때들이 이 카들이 이들 카들이 신가 니들이 제가 라했다고 저 데네 차 거리 차 가니고 지나 다 카들이 베게 시계나 퍼치 있는 가시는 걸라 카들이 예 카들이 다 카들이 다 들고 차 가니 되시고 이제 하라고 되세게 가니 시 베타 가니 들이 다 들이 이티 카들이 예 보나 되fe 이 콘들이 예 가니 들이 이 가니들이 예 가니들이 예 꽈리티 가니인데 가니 예 그거에 가오에 그 소바사트게 려온 산데 카들이 다 카들이 다 가니고 가니 거기 가니고 저 올라 가니들 예 가니들 가니인데 이 가니들이 가오에 그 소바 그 위철다고 다 카들이 가니죠 예 카들이 예 가니들 예 가니들 이 시리고 저 제시레 바다 가니 저 데네 차 가니 시리다 가니들 이들이 가니들이 베다 텐도 고자 아들 이 마피아고 게다 카들이 대가 나타페 데네 차가 내서 continuo Tune de will diago goda. As a mistress will. Sina neta kite begate diri good decision at Aretia. 19 assembly could diri canio gocinte. Bishop Codia. E kuma gocinte sent. And that diri eat a nature e benatide. E canidiri. 이 콩고이 나페 카디 이 소베송 바베츠나이티 카디 카니 예찬에 키릴레 이데 콩게나 그티야 가네 케산에 나 키오노 손바가네 테라베치 카레티 이데 카디 이용고 테다디 이티 카디 예네 세케 인가니티 Bishop Cody, Dene Kǝdǝ, da Kadi Sanaji, Siri den Wow Connect on the Siri better the Kadi with the go consequent go Kǝdǝ. With the Siri they can have the Siri you can live it's not a retiago 23 in there. I konfete. Si HC ko he diri ka bona ko na kon te da diri be don te ta ko dia sonia. Da yone si ta ni kina ko kwese yone nezo ne kilia ko. Da diri ye khane diri ye kon ko jo khane ta kilia sonia. Kani kwa kentia ta kilia sone. Sa tu ago goda. Mr. Speaker. Sinigola ka diri gudi ka bitsina taritia. Ka son le di he kani ye konta kani ye teni cha kani ko he le di eto. Anda diri kanidi konta kanidi kanidi siri deni cha kanidi gutsina chitia go si de tia guchada de anda siri go aguri la tare somba songo chantella go sompa ye kaniko tini go goja kaniko go chike kanidi ye kani siga ye henauke ye 이 그네와 가네 고치 가네 데카 이 신고나기 티다들 예 가네 데예 데네 차 가네 고치나 치티하고 트바차고 그거다 아체 메시스피가 다 가데 이 가네들이 이 자고 디카고 데케티다 히네베게 다들이 디알 연락 노르하게다 마셔 메시스피가 다 가데 예들이 고티다 디시시레 예 가네들이 예테네 찰라타시에 고차고 헤릴라 손바케네 때과 예레다 가치는 가이고 가네데 예 가네 예때 고치나 케티 가테 가네 쿨레들이 가네들이 이 고치나 케티 깨네텔 다데 가데 가네들이 예 가네들이 가네디 과고 이 쿨레 가네 고차나 케티 오케이 인다 과고 이 eti konete yela tardene chakanele sonne kulut ye kanete ye kane kongo ye nape kulu nda katiri ye kanete ye kane ye wai kong kane ye kong ta kane kong senne ye kane mi sopa kwa wile katiri kuchina chetine katiri 예 카트리 예 콩카네 연애 송과 웰란데 카네데 이 카트리 이 카네데 이 송파타랑 과 그리리 쿨로 이 카네들이 이 카네들이 다세베 트윌랄레 쿨로데 다 카트리 카니쿨로 이 카니시리데 이 단이 니다니데 다니데 kukintisiti ikonate se wedadiri dadiri tikani ikanitiri kani de ka ko kesi tikani konate ke wela kanitiri da katiri kaniti sompa kanita tensina kitikate ikani bonate se wenda ye katiri ye kaniti sri ka yitengan egala kintata satiri ikanite income support sopata ko tsina kiti kanite ibonate se wago sri ko charge beginata aga beginata se wa ye kanite Antadiri ko kere kusietiri kanitiri ye ko tikulu kanite yonka siri batatlo sa tendene katiri kanitiri ye kanite ikanita taitiri kutisna tarete friendly ko keta Mr. Speaker taitiri katiri kone yone ko kente Young life north inti kati. Da kati kuite siniti. Te tani kaniti. Da kaniti tene sinachiti kaniti. Latari tachiti garakta kuri kutsa on kaniti. Eti kati ye kaniti kon kene tele kaniti. Young life kak young. I kaniti kasirite horilla katiri yetana wa kaniti si ko kuri ye konta kone sili ye ko konku illa kaniti da katiri kaniti da sine katiri guti sinatari tiago da tiri katiri ye kaniti ye kani ye yi khani ta den china che ti khani na zo ba na che ta khani ke one yi kha ti ta ni yi ka we ko ke ri ku si ta ni ya ke ta si ti ta ti kha ti ye ta ni ti ye te ne te tin ko ye kon ta na ke te ya te yo ne ta ni ki na ko ko yo ne ga ke ki na ta yo ke rin sho na te kha ti yo ne te ne china che ti a do so ne kulu nda te kha ti nda ta ni wa ne so si ke la che ta ni ne zo yo ne kha ni te ne la kha ti ka we ke ta ni de ne zo wa ne zo si ne zo ki na ke a du le ta ti kha ni ta ni ye chi na ke te ta ta te kha te ye khon ti kha ni ti ye kha ti ye khon ge ye la ke ta si ye ne si lo na lo ke si la ke ta ge ti sing ha ti ku ti ke ne fe bi na ta re ti Grace le ko ge ta sin go la ti I mount fi ti ne ti ku ti ni on si kha ti da kha si ku te tu fa la ye kha ne ti te ne cha kha ne ko ri la kha ne ti hala re tal kha ne ti da ti kha ti ye kha ne ti ka we kha ne ta kha ne ti da ti kha ti ye ti ta si ku te ta ti ta ni ki na ko ko yo ne kha ne ye te jo ku ti ni on se ti te kha ti ye kha ti ye ko la ko te si ta yi ka la kin ta si ti ta kha ti tu ta chan le ke ni ta ti ka ni bo ga chin te kha ti ta kha ti ye kha ni ti ta ni ye ga la ke ye ke ga la ku ta ni ta ye chi ke ta na ke te kha ni Eventually ka o ke wata sinigo la ti kha ti ku ti chna ta ri ti ta kha ti sine so ti ne kha o ta kin le ye kha ni ti ye ko ga kha ni se re si na u thol te chna ku thol la kin te da te kha ni ti tu ta ne la ta si ya ko I ti ta I kha du le na so ko no kri ti kha ni ta ko chna chi ti kha te si ku le che le tu le ko I la se fan ne zo ye kon ta ko da si ona ti fa ta te ka we ko ke re ko kha ti tin da ke ne we I kha te da se ta ho son pa ni ya ne zo kha dil be ke che ta ki ti kha ne ko to se kha che ta re son pa den che te kon te be ta ona che te tu ta ti ye kha ne ti ta chon te ne cha kha ne ti ne zo na u te che ti kha ni ta ti kha ti ye kha ne ti I te ne cha na ta ke fe kha bi na ta ri ti to the motion. Question kedi. And that did I mo feeder. Did you show say I did masi de show had the second se head a good do it. A judicial canter. That did I show his not a critic. Snake has read Sabatara a yet some tane. Dene chuck head is some by quality or go kitty that I ye contract. Da ye ka de ye contract on its la canade. And that ye canidri latte dene chai canidri. Latte lati ono de la cono canete no che ti lesa. di sin se kon ta kon ko te ye da kon te sone son da ni son te ne chaya gu ti sone ye ni i kon ko di gare te ye diri mi ko na di gare kani diri kani yi ka diri i Llatar i gosia gan i gwana di gan i'n egale ceda da hi no ki di go ge dire lle ca diri di gan i diri da diri i peja one cecha tla diri di ne diri i go ge dire lle i go tsa i sompa be sompa jons sompa kakirili da siri ba gori i go
Can I ask for a recorded vote?
Okay. Member from Ophi is asked for a recorded vote. All those please stand.
Jo amid ik anyone that naraya. Mofi, Frame Lake, Great Slave, for Mackenzie Delta, from Arundel North, for Trinity Wilde, for Disho, and for Zatu, and for Yale Center, on the Drake, and the Lake. Amin Narasha, Amin Tadriziale Naraya. Tabacha for the south, and for Lake, for Sarah North, for the south, for the New Twin Lakes, and for the Newport.
So, do we take a break? Thank you, colleagues.
Masi 11-0 abstention 7. Head the bells of the holy.
He had 19.
Joe Kasadze head the bell at the Gachu head the bells at the Senate. It's in the Nakuno 20 minutes got that. It's a little fit
For the break. Motions. Member from Trinidad Willade.
Trinidad Willade. Mr. Speaker, Dede Ligunana, cannot that's and the way you got 35 then young lick and at the day not to right that it did it then soba go ye hey you know if you got at go did it you know soba go ye can't at I you know then do goods and a kid there go or who it goes a go care I go on to go to go like a taco or did it can you at do on the it's in think a lot on or take a data the daily good in it then I saw a unit a soba go ye a colacayas a unit goes not going to get a go cacking a tank and nickel tight and I know who it's a go like a taco or Canada Hurajuna, do de Molanan goes a go and then goes a go in a go so go ekitako or and I did the Colayuna, cannot take any technical and a so denike a una and a so goes and I take a good leg or and I did Colayuna pelots I did it denike a una denike canico sopa well on that a una denike go diga cane a on that Neso Gori Chago or goes on deck denike. I take what's like it. And I did see the heck or like what's a date, as you know, can you get it and take a way and it well, same policy here, but NHP here to hit then some go ye, all the cane area, you know, Kakokiri window, Molanans, okay, internet lake or heck and at the way go or a heck or a soba go ye, or like you know, goes and a kid go, and I unite didn't all I unite I didn't amigo get the winning goes a go on okay. Canet a good demo and go get any or Canada. There is some pagoy and click all goods and the unity and other daily good and Canada. Heck all goods at the me at the sompa goye canet and it goes a said can go heck and at the Canadian a unit federal goods a get there go on that a june illegal getting all a canet a unit heck all goods a jaw a unit. Then me goods get the city Latarende illegal kitty medical travel a galley down ella did a junebellots equity yet I can okay and I so back on Linda Yuna canas where goods at I heck all goods I did a june I then some go ye go hegolas at the go on the Yuna so gets it go on that a yakin lick at the Canadian so go get a Yahana there. In that a jeune then a cook or la good chagote and sigut laguzi take or la yayon or la golgota in that a jeune and they could say Lena or la Naki government yetako on the Dirkola jeune belots Hinan do it at do with case sing canita Suri ayunan so then sobago ye go gets it there go need a go heck or la go Tana Ajunta so good gets it there go on goes a go goods as when I go on Aleta University at do or say Jira Ajuna Pelote a unit Agua well lot go hego at that go on that then working so good gets it there go on that I do it at town also like a way liona and I hate the birds at the whole 20 brackets 1 March 6 2025 the government you see ayune diri khuriti ayune tenike ammi a yain liga kenakitini tesi elegant like it and civic and o mofisets another did at Kawi ke te ligunana te kena te kene teno kena te ke hurina tsegul hurilan ko kera ai ko la yuna tsegul and ai yuna kaniga somba lata yese yuna tenke ami tena yan lik ekena tena wene ikola na soko ke de ko oda NIB ikola ikote kani singo tegore ande yese dul tena yan le asate no tiko ofeke te Huridigo Zigotra Agondatira Yuna Yemola Nenegotsana Kitini the Sobago Yakan take Ego Diago on that Ligu Nenek and taking a tender Ecola are unit asi dute do na te kar you the say lena molana go tsake go ka kena takulu ri sin son de lent and molana go tsake that te le go nanik e tini kola a jone belote then asina zoko hegala keta kaniga in it level a unit dane okay in the asik in a getega kola in it level then a go kekina tene we go on a ligo nene tini kola a unit belote titiri go dani then nothing like and go kill the go de go tiwa or go garagala keta policy a unit treat somba go ye ke unit so gets it go order it did a unit belote then the somba yet or sent town and so like if on that drink egg diaco and I did hit the barrel the whole listen telephone on I cannot send it and I go good there. The hit the barrels at the whole lay Mofi. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, a cynical did hit the barrels at the whole lay, but it's not a hit. It did joke on Takikakete. Cannot it's an 18 on 10 and on that's it in there. Kakitis. The Tina zone cannot the Natin, so cannot the Nate, Utina zona Nate no kite, on Take Kakitizo, a Kai unit, a conic or Kakuki there, and cannot it's an 18 there. Then you said kins any well on there. And canet did I made a medical the cannot it's an idea oh we got like the medical travel is sick and it's a dinner though dule asad dule at the sompak and it Ellison as a yakil now did I could je see drink and at the Canadian corner and I did a jeune as I could let then care. I make on it then a cake and at the net, then a jacket lene you corner, a relicate don't at that. I did a then a song, you cannot take any digger, so they can go a good issue. Then a say go hick and at the new who a good issue. I did so by sets eligities on that I unit on Takanata okay, Hukulu, I say. Cook again at the new cook diga cannot elle a car a sick or a dirk or a car I una contact a urine like go a hurry like another Canadian there then cake on it another Canadian there as a una go with a car cannot need digger as such a journey is bega in it like get the policy heritage and at the Nike I unit and you said talent is a unit canita no he on elle is a father good and that a zona I see a unit Egal the gas on the Nana Dilla Gagurishi, a contact with Salkanta, and at the Ione, then cannot the native head tables at the whole say the Trinity holiday cut delay, but not there. Must say Murphy head tables at the Trinity holiday. Master Mr. Speaker. Did I see the barrel that's what they would say? It's your contact, it's your government. Now, he is so bad. Then we is the how long at the over on the 35 on at Tanos on light the Ayuna, Somba go shake Ayuna Belots, a got not a deco on her data, heck or that then Somba go ye a Tanimola cake or Tanimola Ayunda there is a secret and not a deco on the Ayuna on that a destiny say, got not a deco on a tower on and abo not it here that's a deliculuka at the way we're on that year 1900 a kui wholly on that say a unique we can ayune diri kai di ekena ke ako ongot ayune ami tene kanik ena ne tende yakin lida se diri kola ayune but onna tikar yokane gunin chant ka knul government ayune diri se diri ayune amit ena kitia ko o Indat yesin kata kharacha ont ele etri hallon te kaniwe ont eta etri akani we ont eje tenega eta etira yonet teniketsena kitia ko ont sompa ko ye ke kanit a etira yonet teli konek ola kant ada ka na henek ola ajonet treaty de katit ayun tsena kitia night akola tsena kitia ayune Kola dene civic and it's in avec it's a dine synagogue big it's a don't at ayuna na henikola ka ayuna se dire ajone kande na son dene gutits in a world kanet at the two willets in a work on the kanet a premier kate a kabik as a yok awe a ka ajone pelote dire ola yuna so then it go on that dire atto on sentire gara the hegal katata a ye at in a work kande se dire ola ajone kande dire gara agalat at tata I see ayuna ka ayuna na son da den kits etia ko da dirisi ayuna he etia ko on khasi begara gal etane kana so ko on da dirisi ayuna kande ayuna net diri hette begal etta ho we sinse diri karashana koneso vetservise hent atene tsana kitia ko on diri kola yuna dene konta ayune kone veketsri yo diri hette begal etta with garagat etta bit with siko dene so suri ja siko khulu kani go tsana go dilet go tsana kitila ella fingo siko kere at on one horilla da kanet natik yo che khuri ko ga keta da kanet ko kagot ene dire ajone dire se ayune kani government dire treaty en like tale hinda ayune kan natik jo het na ko awe he ayune te he ga like keta ko kadi dire kontak ayune la che ko awe kago chaga like keta on da hinda dire si son pa kanet got go ta go tsana tse dile hen ta dire go tigaragal ta policy le dire gola ka ayune ade hen ta ayune dile ko het dire horilla ta dire tene wasn't ayune konta kayurin la kind ande hindu ka CBC kati ota ko kete yetanet en mail that na kiti kanet ayega kere ko yesi Actually, a couple will that I unite done it in a mill some part I could it's in a kid hair kid Canada is a kid Daniel Kanyagala Talote and I had a sobat and oil, Ecola Yun take issues so that hello second then Sobagoya Kanye kind of Edmonton Calgary could take it the whole Srigo to do a horilla Kulukane go get eleta go kara ake go here get go on and Ediri kolakot ediri ajune ko gudi sako onda diri ajune tene ya wa ya inlina ajune behet edik onda da ajune beut etibek etiasan da hontene gudi asatelet enigason nikole ye sobatno ye agal te ko la ketako onda ye kane ayo yone se likunene na zonten ke tinda jona sakut ere wesonta I kaya se kota sompata gut ekatena na zo den sompa begonje ke ayona so ke tia ko onda Alberta border ku ye ko wilat ilond ela and other government Ayune denik sayun denet enike lada ayune denik awe kene westri vet adene netsiwe denik ayune denet akat denet sompat anake ti bekara ayde ni wada Dene Kǝdǝ yönetsene kediyle de hedi biraz da ayı kola da desediri ami enerji bir sompak oyun ele kola ayune lakan ada kaukere wende diri kola denese ko kena dene wego o kullu iji kuri ko tsokere ala da ko to zene na ketsene karawane son koni te ko dene ko denese ko tsediri we da tsri ko rida eli kunnene ajone hori la khanya yuna sompaga itada khani kola diri ko denese diri sompago ye ko sene ko ada and aya yuna NHSV dot in the government ayune diri kola jone and ye kotla hona yuna sompago no jeno khanita ayune diri kola ayune Dene Kǝdǝ gotsegoro de kara gotsegoro alno and aditiri kola assembly joyune dikhani hete begal da sits in lanen so tsini wa khani betse gotsekere ago on khani kul kale betse okere alada ayune se hega tsata ko and dira ayune khatse dion da de joyune kontak gotsake dira hete begal da government ayune yega lota ko o khiretse kore ago da ayune ye chemolanene ishe kutte dini Otsana kudida HIV sidirik ola ka yik ola ajune healthcare kani treaty rights gola dajo den ayune sega narashar setsana tarahuda assembly den ke dega den sombago yeke wala tarusi kontak ola go skena kudi ngata yik ola dirigala tatsulurse asezi ayune den ke kani ko ahuri lana go tsana ke dia thuri de wala de hete begala tsata hole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the mover and seconder for bringing this motion forward. Medical travel is a huge issue in the Northwest Territories, and
Diri ka diri ta yi ta na ya le gala ka ta ko aguri ye ka ni ko ta ko ne chile zole jo yong na ka de ka ni diri jo ko ki ta che din hai ko che ka ye ta na ya le ka na te ka ni diri ka ta ka de ye ka na so ka ni yo na de we si ye ka ni erin ke ye sin son ko kere sel da ka ni de ye ka diri ye mi ko di we se ka thui di hin li da ka shri da u cha ye ke e ko de se de da ka de tin ka diri ye ka de ka de khani na ko che ni alla ko te da diri khani diri di ta ni ta be ke la cha ta ko e khani di ye te na ya le ke na te khana ke kha ye khani di e kha di ta an ta re te ba ke ko che te khani di ye ku di khani diri ye e khani di ye khani treaty khani ke ko si we la la ta diri khani diri khani den ya li khani te kha diri ye te na la ke ta ye khani diri sri kha du sri ko no diri no ye khani diri ko chi ni alla ko te da di khani ta ko chna ta e diri ko de si e kan fa ta ka de ka cho ka de ko de son ni le ko le si te ga la ta la de ka de se ka e khani diri ye se diri sri tene de sri ba khani ko chna chu de ka de ye khani ye tene hani ya in le khani ke khani de ko chna ra de ko he na ta ko chui de khani a khan de da ka de ne ka shir bo de na sha so ne e de ko de se diri guluk be gar guluk ko bi a du le so ta de ka de ye khani de ka de Kai tiri kuna ka sopa kani te ka ka kuti kani wa. Ka kani te tau tiri kia kongo kani te. Kani kulu kul peke o tai ana. Kani te treaty people tinarahti e tene mingala takani tinarahti. Motion te. Mackenzie Delta. Masi Mr. Speaker. Sinigola te motion kai. Betinata Nda kadri sin kadri dana yan ligina desina kabona dipe sinidri se cha kanidri hechi kanidri kiri chukulu ben no yeke jala kaniko ye plante ye ko tla honi yeke dre weta dri kanidri going asin dri da hon ben no ye kanidri Saji were such Chanata could tell son. He said, Sego like Hatri. Ye can ye go like Hanitri, Kai, it did Putin, Castle, Pata, can ye get the Rewe Katri. Ye can eat in a young kind town, the lamb. Can eat the latter sopa goats and latter sopa goats a Katri. Did in her no kiritia there. Me young Lihani, chico get the canette. And that Kadi done so good disney way. They need to will way cut. Ye canity, then hold in a light a cake tag on it. Go ahead, say, Dileka, the decatry. Ye treaty get catry. Good deal on the canity. Takutsnaki, dear, do like catry. A decanity. Mutta kanite kanise hena go weda kasinetiri kudit sidantaritia te chua go geveta mase Mr. Sinigola etiri kudit sisinataritia te khati chucho yi te cho ko kekere ko kente Ye kanika ye tani kutsina ko ye kani do tene kere tenenti I kati ida kute kubuule kani de da diri ye kani diri potene kani diri kutsina kintile da kani ye ko wille da katene eti kati jucho ye just hete Te quick kinte da te ka te good disina taretia. Young knife nor good. Master Mr. Speaker. Da kasin it good disina tareti. Eti kadri. Eti ye kelaketa dir. Da kadri. Ika eti tani nako wetri Ida yan le la ko kire ko ka dir kon takiti sin itri takiti si itri eti ka dir ko tiga ta ka dir ta ka dir mi tri ito tene kina ye kina kete ku ye da ya kin le da ne ko tsina ketia da ka dir kani dir Du kan nidri chike ko ketale ete kate da hon to da hon kichu bedge ona ketason sa tu agot goda Mr. Speaker Sino netela sinekatri etri Beonta diritiago and non-treaty te sopa ko ye kanitri tu tannen kanitri kanitri tu ya oka treaty gon sengolu tu fala kani te kanike sindadri da kadri te tani tena yan la china chiti habe china terehtia friendly ga good Masin Mr. Speaker Da kati ye da te kati ye tiri tena yan li koke I khani ku tigar khani tia yonta nikina koke khani tiri I khani yone siata kelketa ka siata ka sen ne zoni kulia kelketa anta tiri I NHIP tiri ka I khani ti I he kotse tena yan likina te khani tiri ka se he kelketa ka I khani tiri kawe ko kere kui ka takin we ko kete anta te I kawe takiti rushanafa Gracely ho kiwita Masi Mr. Speaker Sinigola Natia Sha Esi Romukusin Sinekate etiri takiti si etiri I mi ko tinini osiade I kate I tanen kani I sompa kwa ye ka I kanite E yibo kanite E I tenaya lia ko kekere ko sate sirebe betara ata kanite ye kaneka beujin sho katiri E ka etiri yi Tanya galaita tanya galaketal kandi I medical I gudigula Tenaya li gudigula kati kante kati ye kati I kaniti kawe kaye tenkina teke alge I nezana kulia galaketa etiri wabege gutena falka ye ita I kati takiti kasirpetara Young Life Central Gota. Mr. Speaker. Sikuliond. Kate emotion. Could take Sisitiri. Katiri. Yutiri ka Yudera Day on the Canet 2003 or second secretary. The high seen song. Da kati sia da de yeche di kaniti yo kin shole line da diri di katene yan likina de ne so chulia kati de mi kani diri agala ta chitile di good di tani wa ose diri na kyo no thai hai ko tra khulu diri kani diri se ko cha de huila ko onda diri ye kani do sicha alainte etita hon etiri I gudisi sinende I kani ke chuke yone ya ni zege chuke na usini he kani tenezo ye kani sina chere begela chetannezo esi ya serve lo ditene yan likinate Da de katiri kanitiri kawe kani kaino de in trayet yetarin chulande. The bad chargo good. Mr. Speaker, it katiri go itiri kani chuko kitsiri kui kani ta negalata kitita big that's the question ke. Itiri will de see in a doctor. Mudaka Siri, good child, I can't diri, Tarati Kayune, I can't diri. Katiri Kai, Becate, Nezonici, Akani, why better Chirilia Dula. The Katiri Siripetare on the. The Yone, a Setsueco. Ye tagonte yoneka yone etikaju good dinesin on do not kale ye kane hetsueke kade. Diducho etirikadiri ye jo mia yone kadiri seko sewa kweta masi. And that diri then that diritine yone go gerutle. And me yichinatari dine ni naraja tunde wilde. De show sa tu Young Life Centre, Range Lake, New Boot Lake, Mount Fee, Frame Lake, Grace Lake, Mackenzie Delta, Young Life North. Emi did we get a direct anywhere, Narasha. Emi Siri, then here we tell you Narasha. Sabacha, Young Life South, Cam Lake, here North, here South, Newark Twin Lake, Nunakpuk.
Thank you. Colleagues, recorded vote, 11 in favor, 0 abstentions.
11 yo tadiriti da hoisi я kinti 7 sees at that core tala. The card speaker is the card 2.24 the card itara waka ni chiri kui card ye na conte che yi kel cheta and na conte Mafia Kokiwata. Master Mr. Speaker. Ye did call ye can need it now case de can need it ye can need it do done and get can need it rent a can need con can need you de can need it. Ye kanitri, ye kanitri, Dene Kǝdǝ kanenatri, dia dule kanitri, the kadri, the kanitri, ye dri con kanitri, and me katule night, she konako tinde dri kanitri, kaninde dri, the kanitri. And that the housing is constant okay in Kaneko Kiki Kaninaki Tiala. It is hard. Ye can't ye me cane konako tia do like hard diri. Caninde hare cane de sea. You can need the ye contact need you can need as a onako tia dula. And that diri ye cane ye con cane ye. Da diri da kontakure ti kanete son pata kuchina kiti e kadula kona kuitia kanete ye de la de kanete ai konsa tareta dul sini motion is Mackenzie Delta it diri Legislative Assembly it diri kawe kediri it diri kadiri Ye kanidi sirena zoya kedai si kadule kanidiri ye kona ki diadule and that latarik lakere adula. Ye konta gonte gare ye kanidi ye konta ye kanidi kont si govetar and si kadule kontatareta. Eti kane diri kawe si diri si kadule I kane na zonye aneta kere a kane kon o kere a dule eti kadiri mi kui na pe si o kere a na zon kadule si kona kui ti ichina ki ti a dule dadi kad dadi da kadiri Kane zon konke na kuiti kanitiri ye kani hare kombets be galega kani ichina kuti kati da di ichina kiti ne zon da si dani ikuti wela gara ne so yo kete kanitiri kanite diri da kana na utile kani kon kanite I tene si latar ke akilia dula I kawe ko kere kusi etiri katiri etiri kuti sin sila kono ona kiono tsine chi ichiketa na kute.
I'd like to thank
Mercy, Mr. Speaker, Murphy, Mercy, City, such another city, right? Capital and Diri. Diri Conta, a unit, Diri Conta unit, the colors attacking where that did a unica quati day, you got a daka une, did do let at a land taking with a goods a une and Tana goods a one did it at the Yagalakuta. Can it at dinner collage conta she that showed a go horilla on day con done it a say did it collayune, you can no gate cane, canida. Jira meet Guina de gods in Saukere wonder Lugunana hair gods at the Quatin de hair. A unit did a unit at it and a kitty in the candida. It did a unicorn tacos in Takere wonder. Can that hair like a daughter? It did Canada can need a unicorn a car. A unicorn tad dinner a unit goods in and it's a lego or did it conta a journey did it conta no then the unit did it conta dinner the hal gruta gets a de kitty a kanda she goes and it's a like cutting it there. A dirka is a deliberate at the sonne. Hegola. Senegal Kadir head the barrels at that another idea the sea. Mackenzie Delta head the bottom of it. Mr. Speaker, that the assembly cockats it is all. A unit in it a halaru that's it is on a conta unit dinner that's an agreed and when that sagut let's it is all. And I had the barrels at that Ricani Asia, it's wholly say Asia wanted at the Ligunana. You said the Duty Ligunana government a year go away, then a song contana day go nagate, Canada fagots and guinakete. That didn't kai did it. A unit then it's on the cake we can round and a conta a cat dinner mechanic that's on the cake dinner a cat did a journey then a cotton all like in a weather is you got another idiot at dinner the con harago con and the con hara continents and a bed at the note I got a bed at it in here. The Canada, as you know, but as it is not so. But then I get the goods at Kilda, head the barrels of the government. I united Canada, I unite your Tagare did it contact with Tinkane. As you got a tandets goods at a year that showed then goods at house what a laheda. A heck all the goods at Dirikola. United Daracho Dani Aji content and the contact a talker one day is amigui not the single thing okay lender Canada a unisri yana cute tagare a ye detiri a daka a yiga down a Canada get rioda a diricola that short chin the goats a tauter and Canada a unde father cagont a sit a lega and there is a yitz good a sit diricola Canada goes a tauter one day gets a good a damage speaker. Dira jone diri konta ayun gots en tagots ra wane ikola kanit a yetene kane kogi it di je go ayun tene ke ayun sirkot ar ay gots eke go etet adire ayun kont o gots etenda je ayun Terguina te I got another idea can it at the Denike har a cute daga henta regional berg eteri we gotsana rudid dirhe de barrel at the whole lead at tsana kirudi ruse treje welde. Master Mr. Speaker, Joe, dirhe de barrel at the tsana tariti ruse karisile the Ligunan CMC 2028 Kuba on a conta and the Dani Yayuna is contact Kella Sonny the car Kahurikots Agut and the 2028 did Ayun Conta Amiguina de goats Godse onets lende I structural knife let a contact hayurin la is gullion da jisi dini conta da gorecho den danet ekanigar ki inene so yol knife la kanki elende hedebald da hole Tibacha. Mr. Speaker, that they had the world at the holy the Sinka government a job nahinid that reads Sigale and the Master Mr. Speaker. It did what are aunt did a unicorn be good deals and that's call you know that Concord at the unicorn tagot at out away. But je bet a horiland at a yeka, yek egalkeda. The Danza. And at the Ayuna to let at the head the balls at the canet iron tatrawatida, a yekani.
Rental or public housing, and reaching the point where the asset is
Je sit there a kain and internet hallots a fine egalda, and I got a tarawa. Okola go kohara go kola da Canada conta. The cadule that are the canente go some we got accurate eye the hoyet as some part while the line at a kai some pacola be at a hindogo kitchen that the idea can go gonna conta. I make a knee. The Hossom cannot tell Sonny all night. A caducho on the Toronto equal kind and that jaw. Mr. Speaker, I got your receive. Head the bells at the holy that the note the head the bells at the holy kind bonus in the other. The a cut the Arjuna head the bells at that I in a cabets and not the Hindu massive away. Can't begal in that the Nilada. The cat, a unit government is that it dinner is you got a halot anywhere or kai galas in Tano. He did send a good jellico into a kind to a unit head tables at that good land that I unit did but not sit there. A cana hen got a unit, see better a see unit, but not it did that's another time I said, must Mr. Speaker. French Lake. Head the bells at that's a two. Senegal, Mr. Speaker, head the bells at that Senegal Centritia. I did a nake, cut the nake, so I get it away. It did a galita. Did a galita Gakahoriland and now Tilond Elle. I say you great chadra there. I say you there, dear Hind a cargo monocola gulla good a hinanacola not away. I say you did I thought I should live buckets in one day. And in that time, was on it a joy, then some part the care a joy, federal or Guten tsnaki Dene Kǝdǝ. Ayuna hegalat atana hinsont ele. Ayuna government hedibels at tsnatritia hegola. Ayuna ayuna agalai dakak ola den tazutin tanor serse hedibels at tsnatriti dese. Could another could you'll center. Mr. Speaker, the debates that's another itiga Akayuna, Asayuna Ogaratit, Sarasilla, the Ayuna, Akayuna, Contagoration, the Getario, Secretary okay, the Ayuna Ka, Agatri Kagoration, that Deneke, Ayuna, then a white can you went Ayuna could say, okay, Linda, and that equal say, yes, I say, Nicola Ajit. Ayuna hwe adwati ay latharene kanits in wenda na ko na hont ona tine na hina na tsogora on the range le karse de ayuna denike ayuna didule de ko se ko tsalla kanikula tsalla tekini wenda kanikula de hindu a government when they do a single Coco Comona United in one day, then a cont and a do like a thing and the co then it's on and street now chill on the good issue there. A unibet and it's a deal there. That then a unit said a car. I did a jone conk away a single or elegante. E kanni at elegante hinta kanne Dami ko ami dene ko harse koleni wena kanne gazara and that the back out to way at the honda the sonic rich lake at the you see all knife he a Toronto he you think kanne a key a somebody really good the corner that's okay kanne the good that done is a 내 코다네 아유네 카 이유네 이 쿨카 아유네 헤데발슨 홀리버츠나 따리테 카리세 둘레테니케 아유네 소고 큐티가 제테나 카 오고 어레레 마세 헤데발츠다 드쇼 마세 미스터 스피커 세는 걸로 버츠나 따리티야 Katteri hete balza da hebe unguite letas beunguite gutsetara chon da betara ante sabak eterehue kaninde bet asrite ndeganeso kanisetse industry be on shots anyway nda kanit da dautina kantala kona karina kont industry be Masits in a web a hubble house it did yune suribina so big as a day car. Then a car argo at con gets a day, then a con second it's a day, but other on there. Dear cynic or a car, suri con on me, con nugget day. Queen not take a yune harago cont and the what's it or I say? Canada yune congaze enda iga idiri ajone dira yunda rati da harada kodiri hedebals da holins nataritia hedebals tarike mofi nat konta Mr. Speaker Masia yune nesonko kinte warse amigo intelleke ka dik erashanda kutset aka ayune denetsana kitinda endu dire konta dire Arizona Hindu government ami fahalot ina kiono heights and one koguina digots in tight goats in okere land guakin lata ditirik ola Dene ko ori lakini wendik la kanya kulerse dire konta dire it's anti gachin kara dene kara ko jacket he ayunets anti geret a ko guyena kete et adule khani ko ke lenda dule ka sunlight high at mills 100,000 ona ke tionde da do 1,950 kanet ada and that 23,300 klicha karachona kete ikola Bechoko 20 years ago kogina kinte 200,000 sa unkantana kinte da edriko ayuna gods and tago wa kene wada kon tago na kinte sone and da koya go jon kanikulu kala de chinagete e onta kala dinin kala ko bechoko e trailer guinate 1,500 lessana yete koilera e kompa guilada e and adere 1,500 kanet and 90 and adere synagogue awe kog awe yautaruse adere agoti yose e ta goza tairo wadose and the halaber konaila Mofi that it's routine debit rutadi. Amia you had anyone raya. Mofi Framley good slave. For Nezed Delta for Yellowknife North. For Tunde all day. For Desho. For Satu. For Yellowknife Sunner. Yellowknife Range Lake. For Nukebut Lake. Ami inland Ami dadru sil anyway. I'm the Bacha. Yellowknife South, Chem Lake, Medford here north, further south, and from the No Trailings, Medford and Naput. Joe 11 at the 0 day starting at the Gritsil had the bells at that.
Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions.
Талличээке дэрги ланасэди талличээке Yellowknife Center. Master Mr. Diriyo kuita lagonte. And you can insurance can need it. It go see it. At it can need it, see it. Go it go digana kinta te see can need it. It can need it. It's so bad. Cookie with that city. Yellowknife Center. So bad good. The insurance at the car so bad can need. Ye can need good deal by a quite dagon. A jotar walk or get dagger can need it. It can need the bond or set. Good deal all at that deal. Because good settle. At the Yellowknife Center. A do kind of the car. It can need the Sikadula the Diego. See, let her go get there. Can need good did I knew or can need so bad like the city. Te kaitiri, I kaitiri, pe kako tātātiri. Nā kia, ona hai karawa ko kuinta, kanitiri. Ye kanitiri, kaitiri, kuti kanitiri. Kanitan tā katiri, te kanitiri. Kanipe, yon te käsini wala. I kawe kaitiri. I kanitiri, ye insurance kaitiri. Ye iti kanitiri, ye sitten kanina iti kanitiri paaku ye kanitiri. Tako te sone. Ye kaitiri, I tene honte kani insurance kani nasi tila kaitiri. Ye kanitiri, ye kani ye go tayon kani kone ye kalakin ta kanitiri. Ta kaitiri. Te kaitiri, ye kanitiri. Ye si tiri, ye kani ko chaku I kenau ke te kaitiri. Ta kaitiri. Ye kini wa kani ye kani ke nau ke tila kaitiri. Se ke tine tiri. Kaitiri ka. Katulwe ke kani kule kaitiri. Kenaku I tionda. Ye kani te. Range leke te. Etu kaitiri ba kutsa. Mola wa kaniti duhta kaniti duhta kanitiri. Ye kanitiri. Mola wa ke ko te kanitiri. Ye te kon kanitiri ye kani. Tata kani ko tantel. Ye kaniti pute. Ike tana ko na tadi lebat. Pata ko sa te kaitiri. Kawe si kadula. I kaniti ye kani sopa kani ko ke kani I kuti kaniti ye I kaniti le kon tewe kaniti kani tenagu ni tea kaniti tain te sone. I see de ka te kate. Te ka te ye le kon tewe kaniti tenagu na tende duhta nenege. Te kaitiri ye kaniti tanita tene sinati kaitiri tenagu na duhta nenege. Tiri. Iti kumpa kusinte iti kaitiri ye kaniti. I kaitiri kani ike sopa kantani te kani petawa on te taitiri. Nakela kono sopa kanitiri ike sopa atso kaitiri. Ta kaitiri I kanitiri ko tawa on kanitiri. Ta kaitiri kaniti katuletiri in toka we te o kanitsin ko se bank kanitsi ko taka kilia tu le kani he sopa tawa land. Range leka ko kata. I kaitiri in le kon kaniti angona te kakatio. Ye kaniti kani ko o kani sopa kanitan wela kaitiri. I kanitiri te mola wa kani ko kelaketa kani kola. Tatitin kola kaiti kita tene taiketia sonetiri tena akona te kanitiri kani ako tawa adule son. Isi ako lakoeta sikade. Mr. Speaker, kanitiri tati sita siri kesedi. Kanitiri ye kani tiwikwe kaniti tani mola wa ke ko ke te adule kaniti kani ko tawa la ta intesone. Ne sope ke kon. Anta katia. Te kaniri se jo serbatara anda. I kaniti kutsina si tia kon tiri kaniti mola wa ko la te ko tikola te wako na tendezo. Isi te itiri masi Mr. Speaker. Iti kadula. Anta kaitiri ye kanitiri ye 이 몰라와 가니고 그리고 가들고 고치나다 소데 이때 가데 이 가데 예 간들이 가들이 예 가들이 새해기 큰 하시리 때는 내서고 렌치가 그 맛이 이때 가데 이 가데 이 간이들이 거기 그리고 있어야 가신 2 million 그 소파 광절다데 간이디 그디도다는 간이들이 디레요네 돈 뭐는 그때 용어 간다 예 간인데 예 간이들 와이 과고나 탄두다데 이 간이들이 와이 몰라 와이 간이들이 예 인플레 콩 간이고 타고 제 원은 고 타게 됐네요. 이시이야 가와시가 Mr. Speaker 이때카들이 이 소파고나 베기고 있다가 이때카들이 가니고 타월라 이때카들이 이 소파yon 카요네 라타지렐라 카들이 이 카들이 이 카니데 2.9 million 카니들이 이 때는 한 에글로타 카니들이 이들고네 이 간이들이 릴리 밀 손바가니 이 간이된 타오디아 가니 소바니야 사투하고 교회다 다 가들이 손바 그 디스레 에티 가들이 두 팔레 가니 베게고제 예 간이들이 이 다자 가바미 트위 인클레 콩가 진티아둘라 어디 간이 이 간이들이 인클레테 간이들이 이 와고네 태이 간이들이 콩 사타레타서네 이시야 가고 시카데 어디 주초 카들이 예 카들이 이 카드 이 가빠미 트위 코에서 이 레콘치레 간이들 가주디들 이 가웨세디 그딴 과친데 카들 요네베 타기나서 다 과친 따다들 이 카들이 이 레콘코네 간이 니키닐라다 카들 예 간이 되세 다니가자자 베케고 온 간이 미예 갈라다카 이 시고네 차갈라케다 간이 이 컨트랙 간에데 아거스트 이 2026 예가 연내서 니킨리아 간에데 예이 간에데 예 카데 이 카이 에타케티 케오키니피아둘 이시 간에데 근데 이 여자가 비게나우세 뛰어야 사투하고 교회다. 마시 Mr. Speaker 가고 가디가 이 그디 일단 지라타레타 이 그치다로 캐나 이 가고 시카들레 이 시카니 이제 콘에서 내 콘자네 이 가니고 예라 가니 예 이틀 가니 자와 가니 저니 에디리 빼고 이엔다 요네 이 가니 이 가디리 요네 시비니 지가 이 핫한데 가이 이틀 콘 예타키티 키오키니피아 사투어고 교회다 가오에 가 마시 가린지 애들이 낙할래 이 코네 고야고자 가들이 예시리 이 좀단에 시리들 맛이 기뉴에 이 가오에 시들 자 시들이 달과 이 레콘 이 이따 고다리 치하는 이 시야 가고 시카데 인다 카들 예 카들 이 카들이 이 좀단에 캐시리 이 레콘 이 과켓다 카들 Senegal, Guire, Tennessee, 26 we in Clacon Cuny we created. It cut ye can eat it in Claco Cona can eat it. But I cover me twin a jet cut ye cut that. Da ni be kala chuta ka diri in kla khota ni gal kuta ka ne yone pas yo sa cha de ta te ka ta ka diri ka ni diri I ko ko ke ta ko he la ta ko che ka we ha ko la ni ne
Decho. As Mr. Speaker, Masi. Then a yaliak always are okay. Did Carisile, did I sit to leg away? Did I contour candy water good is on it? I take is on it. I take less on it. I sit it. I unite Kella Kitty 2023 is your kindle. A head good is on the wall. Caruti. Then a minute so Mr. Speaker, I did a journey. I only killed any when at a committee at Tariq. We got a kintown at a cock on about in the bagels at that's Ule, that nets Ule. And I a week at Herrick with ayuna ka ayuna tetir ayuna danni bagals udat anywhere kanni won because in there and at tetir olagot a sompa ayuna tin yainli federal sompa gut ruket olagot a dir ayuna danni 90 akit e did 90 yo I then go on control to the quenta nadilina jande Danny Digala Kuta goes a quick care Akaniga goes a united Danny contu go dig and not lega or united that real knife a regione Diricola February contu tolega a contu okele agaleta yone a kaku in the canid at contus at dollars sagot to February. And I did Nazi did a unequity or good that did kills any huegos as like always I see do let them get that kitty and a galeta culicate detiri cane a yibets and a huelata a single later. I think I will see at a yoda contour. I think with a contour others with yes in Linde, but I had a dollar canik on at did a car unap and then a kind and the cut and a tight and you wait and I got another you wait and I did then a canin. Contuda a yain linde is Jicolaya like that is a go kiru other hure I hind their car Yagalaguta a kunde joyuna comedic guru sino a kunde boats with the no Massy no data naked show. Massy, Mr. Speaker. I cannot keep come March 31st, 2028 at the Bonakint Hinta, a galate. I like the sonny. I eat so good. I go to think it. They can't do let and do lay you get in no key Annie. You got like a done and I contour but I yes in Lynn will be a cacking take it. Mr. Speaker, enjoy you know. Did all a car unit hegals at down at the contour goods at the unity government a unit like that. And that did I unit. Then neighbor cuts in the tangles a Greek was sent to the unit. He do hegals at 2028 goods and goods I sent I goods with and that Jonah Henne jo Dene Kǝdǝ is on the government on the Kasomba kola kanyen kola kontu okirile kanyen ayune heda ayune government esi ayune diri committee eri kuida kanik ola dini kola kotsi kore on the tani yegala kita dorike friendly. Mr. Speaker, itiri keni khule yetiri karisile itiri ayuna premier und esondana kawe takwetara asik awe itiri kola ayuna ayi gulet ulle kanita ese ayid hori lande hori betse gotsara ai kai asiyala tasone et aditiri a kane gulet se sine diri dana sanya tiagala daka yakutsekora and sinka diri siniko wure ka kane awe seta ka ayon abek shoka danno fairgood alla dat ezond elle asid a kanit singa tlet ende ka kaya zeb den so yegalita gots hallots beguts rik igare ijak uniti thot eno darent and now tilont elle hinda ayunet kanid den sineti yegalita hegalita ke ijayune belots kolago hets it ida ayigullets elle kanid elle da ajisin horilla ta atakula de kanik olat da nga hene ducho kawits ile ka ayune betse hori begalat utat ni wenda mas friendly mas Mr. Speaker kag awe kadi masirusi henda ka jobek etriyo Dirisi dir ayuna government asese gutulats enewe gurijinde ka khuribets egutru aga edak awe asel khatisone ami ayi tanyats in lawlene khaya zedirik ola dirik awe ke ayi agulets ulikitiana taw ke khwende yetarish khur tsotsara ka Mr. Speaker ka kola now tile und elle jid den mola wagudi ji khani begudi gulets lande den ketari di khani begonet yinde so gulle yila tulle and aditirina hene kad ayune den nahine akid mola wahid mola ehe jikane go a gonliont da yune kanid and be konende I now tilont elle ka ayune halont and dia ketat la honde and that dirik one den ami yegalaitane kali yegalaitane dwe go he kone yala ketant radine ke etana hine kolatane sekore alanda etirse dirit a he gots another always ilile eku always lile ayunet den kani agale ketake tanyat kesine sekot go hat ilanda dat Dene Kǝdǝ go khana ayi galaketa go oni galaketa datir ayune etir nahene khane ata aldat khane kale aldat ente kale beslot and darent alle mas Mr. Speaker no data ke friendly mas Mr. Speaker awe masi etir kayune etirisi ayuna asi hurila yune watersi etiri aji akajo kaya zed ayita hurila go kededa tiri government se kola dare treats egor akaneta MLA ayune dini kone kadile da nahine dare cho MLA lata kani Dare cho sits on Taniki Denele Kani go de Kani Galaita roads at Dele. You see a unit, I eat a coolets at the Dani Hegota. Mr. Speaker, a kadir a jone, I eat a horilla unipagots at Dele Alabella Della Si. Gorin Chadia de Jo Dare Wadi Danet a joint do I eat a horilla goods in the Dare Waka Fago Bewon Gariats and it go we kaka disi standing committee ola a unit dinik ola dakiti a unit yek a good dictation kanya yada at the whole all that on it and the whole link kanya Mr. Premier. Yellowknife Center. As the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, in September 2024, kuisin tauken ku kanit ya odi nariti galata kati karegar kati kati ye kanila tare nariti kwa kiritia kulu tana oke ele diri kawe kaniti kaniti tanita kutse kani kwa nazo nikuni adule son tana yanlia tlakoeta sikare masi Mr. Speaker. Ta kadire kadire ye khani de ye khani ta kompe khani yugola ta ye de sone ye ete ye den gulu ta kompe tla ta ni be gal kata Mr. Speaker ta khadi kha chine khadi de September de kha khade ta de khai go you can go teach say ya say the Gentai Sagarwati Bay Kerajata. You'll live central go give it. What's a Mr. Dear card? The card do ye can need it on need Gentai Sa honor the can need the Yaketa card. September 2025 e card did 이곳을 전체 다 사관이들이 Mr. Speaker 들이 가니들이 갈라게 되는 양이 갈라있다 시들이 시선데 예가니들이 이렇게 나게 뒤가니들이 가이 약했다데 다카들이 주죠 제리 kuida데 오스네가 베겔라 다시 자자 오늘 월라라인데 이 카드 Yellowknife Central 디카드 예 카네데 예 카드 이 나리티든 타 이티카니 이때네 카니들이 이때 다켄 굴려켈리 카니디 다니다 다본데 디카니 겐데갈케타 다인타니다 파 이카오시카테 에들이 굴려켈라들이 하타카들이 이카니 카둘레 두타 카둘레 네조베 해코리 쿠야카니들 예카네데 예카들이 두타 다나소카들이 에디카니들 카니들 예카니들 고치나시 디아드 예카니들 예이타 야야킨레 이카니들이 데네 차카니타니 카니들 요네 유치나키티 에드레미 이카니테나 와나케 카니티 메이티 카니티 예카데 요나카데 이테 카니고 고치나키티 카니데가 요네 고타기 고치나키티 엔타디리 이 카니데 예 카니데 니타 니키나고 회가레 da de kadiri ducho den dane de kone den darin de kadiri ye kananari di galaketa de kanidiri. You'll know you're so good. I see Mr. Speaker. I do follow the ye kanidiri ye galway said the public administrator ye kaleta said ye kadiri. Ye kani sompa go which kani diri ye kani diri ye on going to raja ye ke go tenenera ye kani ye sopa kani de tani kelekenta diri you de kadiri ye kadiri sopa ke fesi Raja kanitiri sopa kanete kuin kin wella dati 8,025,000 26 26 27 ki kuin tele tena yang lia ta ko ta sigade masi Mr. Speaker 25 26 ide 26 27 an Eti kaniti ye kanitiri agala keta kanitiri tene agala talda tene agala keta eti kanitena ko ako na teka tiri kanitiri ye kani ye te chache agala keta kanitiri ye kanitiri isopa ko wala si ye yone yu debatar agute yone yonko taachere dai da kati le hegala ketata ye son pa sa ko jata ye de tenal keta kanitiri ye kanitiri ye ko tele ka ketle kani yone ye kanitiri ye kanitiri COVID-19 it ye son tan ki di kanitiri ye kanitiri ye kanitiri ye ten kina te katiri ye ten du chuna na pele kudu ko kena o ke ti yon life nor haga etiri ye kugola etiri ye were ye kawe se te etiri you te sompa ke we se etiri you te sopa yon ke wala katir you te 34 million ke wala tiri 24 25 ku health and social service Galway said 24 25 ye kadiri iti wai tai tiri do Galway ta ko Galway ke tiri kani ye kani tiri ten kina te kani tiri wai sompa ten onja kadiri ye kadiri il sazon kada kani tiri tani kani tiri ye te tena li kani yard kani tiri I ale kani tiri kani ta I tena ke tere tele yuecha yon ne nor so geweta ete kawe si kadula ete ta yi kala kinta tiri I public administration yi chi yi kani tiri yi galanta da de son pa yon ke wela tiri then yan le la ko ta si Mr. Speaker masi tiri yi public administrator tiri yi tani kina ko kwasi tiri iti ye yon yon tani gala keta yon kanya yon gana keta ye yon tutan nene ye yon ye region kani diri you desin de yon yi kulya kutia tagon pegon yon ta kani diri yon ka diri ta diri di kani diri den Department Health Social Service ka diri ga keta sede ye kani diri ye ka da ka diri ye ka diri da se hegal kuta ye na ke se ye kani diri ye yu de hegal keta da di yu ye kani diri ye ku digara kani di tani yu de gala keta ye kyu kani fe sin yon san de gala keta da ye yon ye kikina kene ta kani diri na son da ketini o kani da so February 12 e ku diri da ka diri it kani diri ye kani diri si kadule ye kani diri keta iten jinau keta ye kati diri mi kani diri ten uala keta diri tara wa hena kerenta di kawe si kadule ye kudita ten hekota tai jinjara ke ka diri na kion dele kule ye ten yan lia kawe sete di ka diri ye kani diri ye bego disin je neche sa choju just kina sele young life central di kani diri ye kani tene yu shani we da de ye tene na yu gala da ka de in do kani do mo do Edmonton ku de kani u che tene hene kenle da di kani de ye kani de ye kani do da ye ka tene ni da ye tene yu gala da ye ke quite da kani de Mr. Speaker da di ka diri be ku di kani diri da di ka diri dentist kani ko gere tlonde da ka ibe kega later young life central ko ke Mr. Speaker di ka diri ye kani diri dentist ke kina ne ta ka di ko ke quite da kani da ni gal ke da kani mi ko ke kina ne ta ka wisi ka de ye kati ye agar kani diri si de ko di kani tene ona di we yo ke ko tene di da kati di tene so si on de seke dili da diri kati di kani tene si ona di we kani ko tene kati kani be ko di hiri shola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The inclusive schooling review seems to be a very important piece of policy.
Diri intla kon kani dira yune ay intla gana keta hati on tene yo lai daune. Mr. Speaker, diri ka April hinte ayune kunde bega tutano bego tsurukweno Rinch Lake. Mr. Speaker, and that it did sending a cardida did some power goods at deco. It did 30 million hadida. It did ayuna in Laco adile asitane jo ayuna Bergenets in Taldani. That's a lot did Mr. Speaker, masida joy sompa wo ka go kindeta dire sompa awe he sine ayi betuta nit aditire henta tindut sine sompa wo go kedeta joy ka awe hinta sa Mr. Speaker henta kedira kai bo kuts etera asi agalai taka etiri 30 million etiri gone tengana kyuta sompa wiri what's at the wiri kandi karet and yatine hemasi Mr. Speaker and atiri tani sompa agals at the city akure ye ayunet and Begot at Tagare yet Reketa yet Kawaiting Kati Yokoteras bag eterific olacatile. A car is Jicane goti sompa goti kawik the caresinta sompa with tike goods at that that sompa it etiri ayunatani sompa goods at the kandi eji dat la hond hinta da hon impende di o keteron asone hinto khaiko that is sompa tanet asone ka ayi sompa tant etana kilega or rekei kane eta ayuna ka ayuna ka tsontan ke intla kwaget eke ko tsana tsits ni wanta da ka wa bega etere Katiri, I think I take okay, then I could a kakurusino, Tarake. Your Life Center, Mr. Speaker, we do a unit, de ligunana, de goods a contract at the and February 12 goods a diritary kelek, allegus it's an a good delta. The near look away. Mr. Speaker, and sine did a contract and any that any that I show back of the good law and that joy you never loads and that kid that a kid did then work like that. Not the kid with the ajuna then Ami kani yala kinta yet ami yala takut edetire ami ijad kani ayunda kuchaga ita he awasun iwo. Mr. Speaker, kalise ka why back tagare diri dasri ke bega tagare da kucha kanana yune de gara noti dare ke Your Life Center. Mr. Speaker, Hindu diri molanenik duhte liguneniko higal ketala duhte kit inezo diri ayunana tika deukuwal ketante asulle yaita diri ammi duhte ligunene yesin kukere jokani duhte kuts edene ande yek ekere yod adu tegots agenda and at the Nicola canid college and at the sonne canid at the nele canid the Google like tande to the two tegots na tikari the yellow a jaw a cadit did he say did it not take a region a yesena henry a meat cook a yonder to the eliku nanik at the new like that so loud and that did a sagucha and go cook at dende Ati tek ola kakaniga ketta soni kullu dene hegala ketta kani o ketta kuri yinda. Diri goga ne te yiga ne ketta hadilek awe kati. The town millions on it. Asile kadila yid taint asone. Range Lake, the Nagonete, Awe. As Mr. Speaker, you could Duke alle a Joe, Bigoti Joe Lale, alle den the Gonete, alle go here. Did go hick alle bones at Delagote go Greek Ike, alle Golagots as a little. As Mr. Speaker, I think Awe. Jordan Jordan's program like Linda 30 million a year. A year Jordan principal then it's at but that's it in it. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Did a unit a call a car unit a unit did a unit principal some back or kai yet I get in Yolanda and that's it's untanke I that show that goes in a day in there can la call it did a color city I jone then it's untan go good at la cane a car. Ayune asilo und da die Jordan principle sompa a think den gone te federal goods a federal government aja hinda da na hini katega de kulu da da e de si de ta kuchale e kola and a con at I get a got towel and a con a say that attack beds at a the no word ever cat I got single some part no did I care. Mr. Speaker, a cat did a unicorn or said did I big erusha. I say it is some part I did a year gone a jet it. I am going to take on it and echo go where to go can't lay there a year. I in Jordan principal a year Hulacha is another carrot alley and there are you know. I did I did I got some pound a carities of the Canada and sometimes you want go on it.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the dollars committed.
Kawe ka te sompani yes te ye le kon kanet J to great top de kanete go gere ku ka ye kani ko he kere ku ate da ne te ka da ne da na ti kanete ye kanete ye ka te be go dia yone ka Dene yo kirisho.
Member from Yolney Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yolney Center go good. Diri. It's going to be good. You can't diri. You're going to be good. Big good day. Can't diri. See something in show. Can't diri. You don't need on a good day. Can't diri. Then I get on a day. Can't diri. Ye kaniti then I'm gonna take kaniti ye the kukawe kaniti ye kawe itiri ye kaniti negate kukatiri Dani kaniti ye kaniti then danete on a good day kaniti 가고 시카지. 다니다데 오나 그때 카드리 에딜 두타 때나서 카 두초 카네들이 두타 두자 카드리 카르제데 카르 카네들이 예 카드리 이다 호들 카드리 카두초고 세레제 코나서 고 콘테다 다 혼나레 살라소네 카카리시 카드 카뉴고리 이고 예 카드리 예 카네들이 예네 카네 콤베게 베게 구치 카네 오나실랴줄라 카드리 이 가웨 이시시 카드리 카드리 카 이갈라다다들이 다들 예 카네들이 예 카네들이 예네 이틀 카네들이 예 카네들 예 카네 송파 카네 카네디 시고나 차게알다 카데 카네데 카네데 나갈라케다 예 때네 카네 예 시카 나케나 타 카네디 다는 카들이 카들이 오나고데 카네데 신성고세 카들이 예다 송파케리 치고사 카네아두데 카네들이 카네야 연구디 카네고다 치카시디아 오나고디아 데네 오디아 영나 센터 가치네 해치 다저 주저 카들이 예가디 영나다를 찾고 나서 하디 가치네 해치 어디 가외시 예가디 시연네 딘디 카네디 다디 카네디 이 에들이 아니다이 오나고데 이네 차게알시다 카니 시카들이 이게 고데 Mr. Premier, Mr. Speaker, 이 카드리 주저요네 카네들이 이 애원 고딘 카드리 예 카고 개데 카드리 예 때네 카드리 아셔네데 이 카드리 예 카드리 유다네 카시게를 개다가 이베고디 히르셜레 쿨카 소바 소죠 하네 그 위에 디다디 이 애원 고딘 세들 다가 신성하게 이렇게 다게 보드레 후에다들이 이 영나 센트럴티 카드 에디 카드리 에다가 시 가고 데케티네 손에 딱히더니 올라다들이 다들이 카드 이 칸에 다니 오나고데 다 카드 이 카드리에 카네디에 카네디리 카네디데 오나 전에 시고데 틸라데 카네디 다 카드리 카네 와이난 비게 갈자다 Mr. Premier, Mr. Speaker. 다 카드리 카네디 에타 다 그랬다 카드리 다니고 오세베게 갈자다 영나산조 카덴다리 케카고 테레웨 오렌지 레이거든 다 카드리 다 카드리 주초 시르네 나체베 시르데 저 소파케들이 예 칸에 굴려고 대신 다 카드리 카네디 예 카네디 예 내가 니베다 인클레 카네디 다 카디 따라와고 오세들이 다 니케나가 다 카디 MLA 카네디 예 카네네 내끼리 케가니 클리닉이래 이들이 이 카레 굴려고 대카들이 이 카시에들이 이 클레가 카들이 영나이 클치우체데 카디 카시르나 조레 치우체데 이 시리시에데 디들이 이 카니디 단니네 조키나체 아다와시 글라주타 카니디리 예 카니디 예 카니테네 알라타 카디 예 카니 송파 사타레토 탕데디 네 사타레토 카디 아다 카디리 예 카니디 네 조리 카니디리 단니 갈라주 따라와 갈라주 따이디 카니기 나서베게 어제다 렌치레가 오케 에타 카티리 이 카티리에 카니테나가 라이타가 라이티 이거 파고 올라다 다타라와 우리는 티아소네티 예 카니티 에 원고티네 송파가네 송 다티 타라와 치아차소네 이 카라기나 고코다 타니가 타코타 시티 이 갈라친타 시티 이티리타 타니 타가 거이고 오시티 이타카티 솔라라 고노 찬타오노 이 가니제 이 클리닉이라 카티리 이 카니티 이 카니티리 그걸게타 카니 다디 이 시가를 쳤다 시 뒤에 쳐다 되네 이 결레타 그 오나티하고 렌치리 하고 그 다디 용쿠 카레 카니티 이 카니티 콩 카니티 네 다르데 다라와자 고 오소네 다 카티리 카니티에 원코티나가 카니티리 단 이 가오시카디 마시 Mr. Speaker 다 카티리 카 쇼체테 이 시죠 야나 이 딘디에티리 다 카티리 카니 이다 하죠 시제 소파니 니킨ля 손네티리 데 카티리 베코 헤글체타 시디고 헤글라이타 카티 이 카네 이 카이 유대 공대 카티리 유대 요네 카니티리 이 내가 겠다 카니 이 카니야 연백에 과쳤다 카이 다른 쇼하니티리 카니티리 에티리 카니티리 예 두카 고치어체테 카티리 와이 비켈체타고
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to bring up one of my absolute favorite subjects. And I was driving downtown in the riding of Yellowknife Center.
Yellowknife Center, the 50th Street, the 20 Whitford, congregating away on the 20 Whitford, away on the Kodahari Chisone. Away. Mr. Speaker, the Haircuts Joe. Then attack a head, the visita rutiga, and at the canid gozika lake, it's in it aja. Yellowknife Center. On Dene Kǝdǝ. On Dene Kǝdǝ. Canid at the 20 Whitford 50th Street, Cane. Dene Kǝdǝ, Kabulitis and Lugune.
Minister responsible for Housing and WT.
Mr. Speaker, the Honours Advisory Committee has been given the application.
And at the corner downtown Yellowknife, ayuna Dene Kǝdǝ yet rutiga sekele Yellowknife Center da Dene Kǝdǝ Danake Tony Whitford Kong Libabion Daku Danake and I Dane Tony Whitford Kong away. Mr. Speaker, February 8 ele ayune good ayune in it goods that go get it we can say in it aja. That's the kid that le. That's the kids and that's it there. Commissioner Dgutetseng Gutsete, Denisi Chitsele, the committee Asik Erikwe, Erikwe, the Asik Erikwe Kegogodi, and Adjunizile, Mr. Justice. Mr. Speaker, joined and Wanake. The Gutirat of the 45, the unitani at a head trespass a hate a go goody. And legends, then I'm going to take away. Mr. Speaker, a joint then I'm going to tell you good nana did it 2024-25 in the call when it Somebody away. Mr. Speaker, joined Etowah at the unit 250,000 April 1st to December 21st, 25. And I joined the Bridge Lake. Mr. Speaker, and the CBC News did it see March 5th, 2026. Got the Yale knife. The neck and the way war in it like it. I joined the you got a good decade. A 5 minute gets
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present Bill 46, Prevention of Proceedings that Hamper Expressions.
Bill 36 Dene Kǝdǝ alle bekliyor tani de Dene Kǝdǝ Dene Dene Kǝdǝ 8.2 bracket 3 Bill 46 Kǝdǝ alle yeke go kinte da naki yeke kete son bağla koyda sikat Mr. Bill 47 Kǝdǝ 2026 alle bekliyor son bağla koyda masi Bill 8.2 bracket 3 Bill 47 called illegal. Go kinte da ka na ke dianichu na ke justice I will give it up. Mr. Speaker, a decently move and said Haver North Bill 45 kanediri dene sending kanediri civil fortune kadir kadir danidiri stani sobagina kadir kanediri dene zagina ko kanediri kadir kanediri dene nene kanediri kadir kanese dene Gulukina ko akani ko nen kekete kanediri da kadi kanediri why kani one ko ka kanediri kanediri ko diga kadi kanediri ko sene tia ko kanediri ko diga kadi nen kanediri dani de neta chutia kani ko diwelana motion kan question it. Emi ha ekiniwe. Emi ilaniwe. Emi tadristialno. Motion kese. Bill 45 se. Da kana kige. Standing committee de dene ke. Na kige go ket. Take go ket. Nebek tunlik sinuing Bill 47 sompa kanedi gale da 26-27 sompa kanedi naki gane kanibeta gale kita kanedi 26-26 ga da kati commissioner da kanedi sompa bonu kanedi naga kanedi kati kati da kati do beta gale da kanedi
Question has been called. All those
question kedi emi ta diruhtil emi seru talliwe ka motion ka 47 ka dire ka na ke kukinte na ke itleke kukida diri kamedi diri kanedi de chode dine jo Daniel The committee hall at the committee deck anyway. New Wood Lake. Madam Chair, the Bill 34, the bracket 20, you can need the Nenge can 37, 20, bracket 1, that the can need Bill 34, the you can need the Nenge Kitsita. Committee that anyway. Holla Chikyotara.
Okay, committee will now call a
committee jo kennat ni hwiru se heta committee jo a town ording je on that's it at go only trespassery the hour. Mercy, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, jo a town ording den and a me could get it. Je said a unit a government in like Kani goes on the government Agladaka a unit on the Natikanik or I say a unit a say a unit or say a year go as it go all clear it in the yesa a Katira Juna Kanitanik and I go anadula Bessaniata that then a unit goes a good as a minute day you got in there you see a unit you got like a hint at the no work go ahead a heck all I got said a unit the sompa boy he got a unit goes a good at a see the ajune a see candid at a unit Liat acute is in the Asili Gunana Nahine Begolas Utas Etita, then Assault Delega Canid Abet as it Canid at it, then Amit and a good child, a unit can go out and assault no dita Golaka, and a jo a unit then gets another great data, a jo comedy, a sick a unit, like Quinta, did hate de Begolas at a sets ulicated a cannibals ekada and a town udi what are you kissana when it okay away then he who can he committee had no when sergeant at arms a Joe go here with kid a Greek with Inkla. Joe, I mean, Hewick Gorinzi, Madam Chair, Joe, so on, Mejenberg, the in it like the Kitchen, like that, then a sunny Clayton Wilson, a like that justice. Joe, Chair Committee, the Social Development Committee, like Hinta, a Sarusini when a town audience, Sarusini when and I must see Madam Chair, a town on the city, not Quebec, and that's it. As it go all October 31st, 2025. At the committees, social developments, Yana Kutaga. And January 2026 committee, Jayuna Dene Kǝdǝ Keda the Yellknife he river he and a he river then Galata Contagalata Keko Kerik he go Karakweda Sinting and it Akaria, a unit Denike amigo head any mass Sigurusi, a unit committee, a Yuntako Kidding Case, a Yayuna. At that town ording February 25th, 2026. A committee didn't call a Uniana Quinta with a town and also to age 34 ta a Kanike said that committee must see a Quinta Rusi, a Quinta, a unit dedicate. A unit at Jogog Italy with a guru can a Juaneta Guake. Merci, Madam Chair. Merci, Joe. Ayuna amisu te ni wente bets in tari kiko ni wente the Range Lake. Merci, Madam Chair. Committee Chair. Kani yegala kinta ta de tiri gala inta ta tiri kani tiri ayuna lot hondani ne ekwike deo ketsinda lesi tiri ayuna tene kwati kani gala itande jikani se tinia de kani tani gala ketakule na ta tiri si tiri kwatin kani ke gudi ke sida kani a tawala ke akelega tani akelega kani da kwatin hek asidule tiri gud ahwe ole kani gontle tani gula kelle tiri yatakiruchuga and tani bagalat etaga. Mercy, Justice. Mercy, Madam Chair. Diri ka ayuna diri yakin committee yakin ta ku yigula kinla kanikuli wai bagalat at the round da dute eligunana ka ye duchona haniel knife ta gut he I kontra se dane Tant Sonic all at a cock alabegalats at the and at the ayuna did a unit a contra Dene ayuna at a sinded a dane Dene contra massive Madam Chair. And now did bet our aunt at it did see. Ayuna yet acute egat it go quati kani at agalaketa ke contakani quatis and a kiti kani yet acute egat at the I did do that good a city yell knife a car committee a unit kani in it a good as in lana I see diri dini kwatit ana dike kani dena lona junde yela keta kani da diri atawa onda dara wa dule sikele hone. Mercy, Madam Chair. Diri why ayati yet ikuteruse. Mercy, Madam Chair. Diri kele diri si diri arjona diri diri bai lasi kwatis ana dike I go to alle diri ami na yai to is alle and diri arjona diri alisi diri kwati kadiri kwati kani dula lot akit on the hand dini kola ayuna agalaita lot lene I go to a honda sobe I go to tawo Mercy. Diri tani kirin yese kwati igore and I kwati ka ekini wada kwati da kiri keku and I diri bet ane galaita na chate gane so galaita te gane and I diri tene so ayune tene go nenik at alle kula yune go kala kete go tsuri wira jiketit au diri kani go tsitse diri lota aga kaninte and why tene ke ajone look and where are a jone diri at acute in that you see then walk in there got it's not the unique and I can there but at the neck go all good sorry well go get it and at the neck a car I see Dule begot at the round go on at the communicate a joke away, ya data a car unit, then yakin data and on then derecho a diricani a atawa what's in the that was a sonne in the Begals at that later, Madam Chair. Ka did Dinglande its anti-sakara one a honest or sonne, and a goodness on that air sonne. Range Lake. Massy, a kai canik erushana while a car, then a song. Kami konta Hamlet and Ajane. Kani katana kiri is on yogo ketenda ka 4 to 6 months in the car a hot under ye bonus internet a like that's Elena. Dene Kǝdǝ go on the zone conta. Go a solution one. Mercy, Madam Chair. Mercy, Berwick, a terrible cutty. Mercy, Lucy. Then it's another idea. Yale Knife North. Mercy, Madam Chair. A joke away that he and a cool a solution of was only a did a unit did back at the Catile a did a single a committee catty and he don't the car a unit did a unit quatit and aquatics and a decay canigal cutago could say the canicula colored delicate. I read a keti cani the chats a colored in a lawyer to go dele. I make a week, I make a think a canigal dake and I did a canina chats a let's declare. A security guards can but the government can send the government a car a unit then get thought I go kiruke can it a unit reborn that's a work on very big at a yako or unit I did it all a unit then get a kitile it did a quati. Go like that, so that go all so that goes and a kitty and they can did a journey a quatits and a decay allowed the kitty and that a did city then it that a city a unit then the creature go or can nick a kit in there and I did all that then a car a key. A unit in it quacky not the criteria cookie, a kick candy zone, a dear and a unit Dene Kǝdǝ and a creature goods and not the did a lego and a cane. Then a creature yet then as ye amicong ye go ala western ye then I saw the like in what I can and I didn't do then yet I could there is a security the Nicola I can need I think I can need good I got sent that good loot that I got single units then a unit it's root shoots at the can on take it I go all the kuya kit in there a negots really hit at the whole a unit I can need then a satellite kitty can need the yola a cut then a mid and a conco year a monat in there in there a unit who read lot and naku around the street then narin cloud here tickle. It's not a talent day. I go older. 다들이 아주는 다들 했던 게 있다고 들었는데 아이 간네 then 아까 과티츠나 디카네즈네 원에 then 니키루 레니 이사 손에 거꾸는 게 니지 와래 거 유나타 타거데 무다들이 아이가 되는 게 RCMP니 거 기자다 그 RCMP가 거 해야 되는데 단니 예 아이가 되는 해가 아이가 아디들이 아유나 콘타 디니 단니 과테츠나티 칸데 애니 그릿 애나 콘타 디니 단니 카케 테가라게타 손네 디니 디냐 콘타 고알게타라 콘타다 고데케텐데 아신둘레 아유나 데네케 고이티 다다카 에티리 함렛 아카 에티니 아유나 데니케넷 고네 텔렌데 데네 니릴레 카니 에짓 고네 텔렌다데 한다 에티리 아유나 데네케 아이가라케다 다 카니 데네케 아미 과테츠나티 데니릴레케레 고네 텔레콜라 한다다 고테 에티리 데네케 아유네 칸니 거다르다 시니콜라 카티 아베츠나타리 티카니 콜루 에티리 콜라 엔토 베터 안테라타 트리케고 어 엔타타니 베코티코 시다 데니케 아원네 유네소 요나 데케 원네 이 카레초자르 시나와 아세 Justice. Sorry, Madam Chair. Mercy Kati. Dadiri. Alle Aruse. Alle Dasarinke. Dadiri. Adiri. Ayunet Denike. Go ahead, Ayunta Kitini go cuts away at any hecket and did Asina Kiwatida. Nahene Elikunene. Guni chadjuant a yell knife olaka Guni chant at a sekachik ola gunitsela yuna. I think Elon dada a canik ola data would get a kende ayune. A city conta ham like go hegel at dark at him take ola golataka go hegola goods at there. Canida a yune a car Kanyanya yuna wana tiuwe begaltsatana enda cute ni kwenda ka kwachi yini kola tara chogola keta kane agaragola keta enda ka kala begaltsatako on masi Madam Chair masi
Friendly ka tekeweta. Etiri siya taruke kawe taruke ne. Etiri ye chache do tere weta tere. Etiri siya etiri ye kamedi kani etiri ye tako teke te sin kawe kokeni wela son. Justice at la coetasi.
Chair. My apologies, I don't have the report open in front of me.
We'll have to analyze, obviously, some of the. ye kargo keti khatire I bacha tagar tani ko onkanete tani beratiason
Madam Chair, a year bona dewe, good. Friendly go give it up. Massy. Decatri, ye canish, ye shadri, ye. It is a tiny bakelita, ye decanite. Ye canite, ye canite. You could decay on canyon go dead. The sea cow ye can you was on. Let that cut your kite, baby. But that tago. Let that cut your can you be can I go good digger.
Thank
Massy dear, a friendly go give it up. You must see, Madam Chair. A decatri, a committee, a share. Ye canage. Is so a decatri. A cat bona defa. A decatri. A debatte panacetta, shiba, cannibal, cochin, that I call where did it. Yontani was on it. The taco decati clean clown that and then it in clegare. The cook. Diri. Tanita diri in classy diri. Tan I cani diri. Taco decati, tanit. Tanit kinako question. That I had the committee diri. In diri. Diri. 카메디들이 카들이 트레틀란 이 카니들이 이 사타케레 온데 셀라고노 오나키오노스 츠네 카니디 이 다디 카들이 이 고게케레 쿠이 카메디 그야 킨타 카 다디게 다 카들이 다디 스니디 틴타 키뉴 웨시디 센테나디 케웨 다디 카레 초레 anyway budle da se kai gudi tarik Madam Chair de gudi konade da kadri gudi liago se ko tade nesekin la kadri dani diri kadri gudi hechinde diri ko nene na ki ko nene kara ades kandi 이거 이 다티아 손에 시카들이 이렇게 고개대 이 justice 아까워 시게 고대 이렇게 카들이 이제 가니베고 뒤다죠 이게 또 라라다 이 베고 아가 휴식을 했다 그러시 이 무드레 카드 이 카드 ye kanitiri neseki lata nete itiri said taru ke kani betsi rutlegar de kaninde la kare chul kawe sikade mase madam chu da kadiri de deneso ka ta sire ken kan kani ati kadiri friendly ka kukiwet tati kati tani kena ko kena sa kanitiri kawe se tit ye kani ye chera kuin se tiri kadiri ye kwa tin tani tiri ye kanitiri gutigar kanitiri ye kanitiri trekwa chekchu na diri tiese kadiri kadiri ye kani gutigar si kadule kani dene na diri tieke trekwa kechu justice kawe si kade masi madam chair ta kai 다데 단니 베결슈타 카티리 카니티리 시작이나게 아가닌데 이가니 단니 지 고카 아 단니 나데리 티카드 타 카티리스네 보나 디펜스 이 카웨 요코 켄테 카티리 이 트레코 아와 롤타니 그 겔쿠타 카티리 구티가 카니티리 다시들이 간이 뒤죽쳤다는 다 간이 베갈로 따니우 하디아둘레 간이들이 알레 고케레 어디 간이 되네 간이 지엘네 코르슨 간이 네오케we 간이 이단니 간이 디단니 그나 고고세들 다 카디 다 간이 그렇게 다 간이 고가라 다 간이 왜 온다 이 카니디 madam chair들이 가고 시가데 이 카디 이제 카디리 카 이거 견나파 이 카니디 이라자고 깨게 너때서 왜 카니디리 카니 이 카니디 고자 아 카니디 다 카디리 이 카니디 카닌데들이 딱히 디세이베 그 치게다 나오셨대 프레임리 가오게와다 마스 madam chair 에티가 얘가 들이 가왜 같이 세디가 가르쳐줘 카메디가 굿 이제 가드 에티 카니고 디가 카니티 카니티 에티 이제 I Kǝdǝ. Dene Kǝdǝ. Page 3 centi. Class 1.
Class 1.
See committee that anyway. Class 2. See the committee that anyway.
3.
Class 3. Agree that anyway. Class 4. See committee that anyway. Class 5. The committee see that anyway.
6.
Class 6. Committee see that anyway. Class 7.
Committee anyway.
Oh.
8. Oh.
Clause 9, does the committee
Committee 10. Committee anyway. 11. Committee anyway. 12. Committee anyway. 13. Committee anyway. 14. Committee anyway.
committee?
Committee class 7.1. Committee anyway. 34. Dirajane. Committee anyway. Dirajat anyway. And that 34 trespass ayune kani type out in the must see committee at adiri a town on thing a kayet ayune then cont the sergeant at arms we go Canadian.
We will now take a recess break. Thank you. Committee, welcome back. We have agreed to consider report 37-20 brackets 1, Standing Committee on Social Development report on Bill 34, Trespass the Property Act. I will go to the chair of the Standing Committee on Social Development for any opening comments. Member for Mafui.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Standing Committee on Social Development report on Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act, was read into the record on March 3rd, 2026. The committee has made 6 recommendations to ensure that trespass
Thirty-seven, Brad. Second, Mafia go good. Madam Chair. Carmen, that is in Canucho, country, and that ye can eat it, net, and then gets it, ye can eat it, and you can till a country, can you better at Sutina. Motion, I could question could do that, you know. And me take that duty anyway, and me that we get that duty anyway, they me say we tell anyway. Carried motion case.
Okay, for MLA for Mafui. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam.
Mafia go good. The movement there. The government go Kawakatiri, a Canadian, ye Canadian, then not the Rudy Canadian, a Cadri, we Cadri, a go a Canadian Bill New Canadian, you can eat Galcota. Come motion gets that kind of question it. I mean, you get a duty. I mean, anyway. It is a serious telling. Mafia go to it. Motion case. Mafia go give it. Madam Chair. I do. Go get it with Cedri, Kawa, a cutter, Canadian, not the Rudy, Canadian, then an Nenke, Canadian. At the country, a Canadian, a good country, ye Canadian, ye did. Tarawa you can eat a country, it is Canadian, good decus, Massy. Come motion question. I mean, we get a do till no, and me say tell no. Come motion kiss. Montfia go give it. Master Madam Chair. A day country, it is good committee secretary. I kawe ko kere kui kate. I te katiri kane ko te whiri kane te ye, kane te ye. I tiri tene kane ne ko tse katiri. Da ye katiri, ye kane tiri. Tena kune te kane tiri, kane hiru shaga. Motion kane son. Rinch legal kyoda. Masi Madam Chair. Tiri. I ko kere te katiri. Tika. I tene kani tuta kani tene kesu tika tene kani ko kalo tele kani tiri. Tiri kawe se tiri. Ka tiri I ko kesere ko ka tiri kani ko ti kese. I ka tiri yone le kese ni we ta tiri ko kere ko. Ta tiri. Tiri kamiti se tiri. Tiri kani I kita tiri uti. Ta siri petara a ka tiri. Siri bene so pikela se tamne ro. Tiri ka tiri tani ko o se tiri. I betara a I kani tiri. Tiri chuko kere te ka. Tene sao te cha kani tiri ka. Kani ko ti ko tsang te tata. I kani tiri. Tene sao te cha kani tiri. Kani tiri kawe ko kere kui te tini. Kani kere keta kani ko kere on te kani kulu. Te kani kulu ke one ko te ta tiri. Ta ka tiri siri ka siri te kere keta ko. Te ko kere kui se te. Ta ka I kani biketa tera te ka. I kawe ke ka siri bona te se we ta se ti ta te whiri kani tiri. Ye ka tiri. I ka tiri I tena wā tena ke ia ka I kani ona te ke we ka tiri. Ye kani tiri siri te siri hui la ko onda siri ko chane rope kera se ta ko motion kani tiri. Question is, me I kita duhtino. Me in le me te siri kala motion kesi. Mafia ko kyo.
Government unit the lots Dene Kǝdǝ unit ko takuti it atiri kwatinte ko la ko hekit in the kanit atiri ayune tiri ayune tene ami ko nene or ko koko mona kani guyat ko le da kulu ko ta hakiri yu kane kit igla enta kane te te beral da holle da ke ami anyway ami il anyway ami da drusil anyway he te beral da Mofi Madam Chair, did a committee, did a government, illegal non government, did a say, did a go to say, select on the ona kiono yet in a good day. Mercy, head the bells at the holy. I did it out to the care. I may anyway. I may ill anyway. I made a drizzle anyway. Head the bells at the holy. Mercy committee and a card did a committee go to 37-20 brackets 1, but when I did a sing go did the town owning a saint and then at airport the Concomun at airport or got that silicola. Can you say 37 for coming? I say, social development could be town a saint diricola. Won't bet a giddy. At the committee did a new fit bootleg. Madam Chair, Chair Nakunt Erudiri Simasi.
All those in favor? All those opposed?
Nami ha anyway, Ami Lenua. Head the barrels at the whole lid and Nakunt at the day. Head the barrel walk in here and I tell you anyway. Ami anyway. Head the barrels at the Yunan can do it Nakunt Erusi.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Bill
Committee 34 year the con on the content con get a call quick that the town holding a saved at the head the ballots and tights and tie kits in that did we go this 2034 but when I contact that town on doing same cut high because that at your committee big it's let to see. Masi, the show. I mean it's another day. Ludwig Twin Lakes. Oh yeah. You know me anyway. Me anyway. I mean that there is anyway. Hit the barrels at the hole. A Thai big as at the always some bug away. Mr. Speaker, says civic and honorable Nuvik Twin Lakes sets another day add Dion all that thing some potent ecology in that 26-27 Thai big as at the Diria unit me anyway that the Gruzi to see massive minister hit the bells at the holy. And Nuvik Twin Lakes. And Nuvik Boot Lakes.
That's for Minister of Health and Social Services to talk, but we'll go with.
And Nuvik Twin Lakes.
I just promoted you.
The leg got shoes. Second and the door sakin. Mr. Speaker. A car not that's enough for in there. Mr. Speaker did the only also thing it did it in that 26-27 into and that could say it did I jone belos good chai you and begals in the candidate candidates in all that did I jone belos because you know soon so to telegun so go agals with not at the I go care you know belos did canine so then kegala cutaga ketiraka ayuna choco I get it with hegala ketas suri I could dear unit let's and I kid like a work and I unit dog kiri kekos I unit as a government I unit belote and that's what I did then care unit to teleconi at our and that did all I unit there is some power can test in the so I kid cashin 40 million carecho a year say Assembly a unit and Mr. Speaker, you got canny, the unit candidate at the Hegels at Don and the Sols at Canny, a secret a unite the Hegels in Tasse, be go etere hui kesere go chai gala kinta da yuna yisri ayuna tene ke na so go ketsu ti khani yuna che tene ke kola yuna so gala kyuta go so go go wile ta tle he tsana kyuti da yuna konta kayurin la kola gala keta and atrin to hainte ya yuna yagala kyuta go zonte je it's a cook au kola gala keta go and konta kayurin la cook au kola so gala kyuta dir ai suri gala kyuta I tene ke na yakin lek ena te kene te yega se ayuna na so ko hega la kyuta da ayuna tene so kena tunuti ina tsule ye se ayun tene ke na yakin lek ena te kete sen kola ka ayuna belotse suri ayuna son pa da ta ta ahenda ayuna ajit atetsana kuti kola tene ke na so kola kwa ko kinute kane da konta ayuna tene so te kete enta te liku nane ke tene kane tene tsna tene kuna so kete da te te son pa se ayun tri kalota Mr. Speaker e kola on tane ke ayune and le kwat e sempat ara on ayune Zontana ayita ko kurejene yun ko tsana kyuti khane da ko la yuna zontan ke in la khonza kit e wura yun ko khalkene tende in khatiri zontan kene tselte ko tsana tan ko ayuna belotse zontan ke ayuna la khot in federal son pagara gut eta kawe ke kola kha ayuna tani den tsana ke te se halotse kain teganda asin ko sa ke o ko onta etir kola Juneta gut ene gut sena gutida etir kola unit on den ke egala ketta kenda unana so hurit e unit gut se go kiro Mr. Speaker den ke a unit suri egala zuta ke dina kha now tilon elekani kula unit suri gut chagala atan kanu e sentri a unit den ke go go ne tangan de go ne so go ne tago o he kola gut den better in sena tike kola unit go ne so go ne te and that quati de ke the no work here you know go tsana tse dine go on the tega kanet and so go tsura and that sits let and then so ten logale tata etir kola ajune that tse dile unique e wala go on the kanet ayune belot si ayune tara chogot and the data ayune go ke chere wesin zone arati ke dit Mackenzie highway e Caledonia alta chugo keri akutane yune asol te begala tsutara khani egala ta tsulet avek ta zit ya ta ayune te hegala tsutata Mr. Speaker diri kola LNG kola gote diri kola khana Warford e khani ta di khonat e ayune te hegala tsatane e Mackenzie ayune Delta ayune dorja ta zachane e se ye go fenot ele ayune bet atatene son egala ta go bet asu bet outside akhanit ayune bel then so then khanik erejo e ku ayune ne ku ilen da khagala ta gonde e se e tiri ayune then egala ta jont ele e ayune bel dirine so ye egala ta khanda khuri ko tsara khogola khayune konta khayurin la kola ayune khone zo ku ina ku tekini wata khane ayune ne so egala ku tara se ku kulera ne so asinkola konta ko eta ko tsrile khane kola yune ta kawe e sinkola ne ayune big e kongu tsinga khane begala ta khane ta wa on ta ke enterprise ko kongu sinkola Mr. Clincho e kola ka suri dir ajuna e dogo ki se dir kola dir tu kuste ayune eluna ayuna sogola ta community e kola ka dir ayuna son pasin surbet ata ayune ne son bet agala tara ayuna konta kayuren la ko tsana tsuti da kanida dan sana tegala da ko rate e kwati ayuna konta gala ketanda yano ten kola kanne ayuna on committee secretary e kola kanne kwati ko le kola da Mr. Speaker sile khati ayune tu so batlon kana te ko tsetene da na chu na tsa ko e ko da na ko ne te ko na tsa ko da ayuna na tse he gal tseta ko Dene Kǝdǝ ne sonko ezetilen chokitiale koko tselen dene sekitiale kanu tegale ta gone tegale ketalen kaitale and the government dene Kǝdǝ hegale ketalen de ka na asen de ko tsile ka diktir ajune suri dat etibek evzur akulu ka suri no tile gont ele ka kalu ka bat atako and the bold Delta kola yune belot esuri kola yune sakut orgot ka yune den asin slotte gana dira kanikulu den tanare ilande onde yayigalat utande ka fiazit ina den asla galata dega and adirisen ka ayuna yitz dise what in the kanikulu akura yune yeten ayan legalita ka suri sikule hindu de ayuna si dogut usse nekola ayune ko nek ko usse kola denaka kutsunu tet egala tahlole kanni ko dene ke ayune ayi dogut usse de besadze na ayune hure net kola takut rele ayune intle ko kola dene suri denatsel guda and asuri ayune hure gotra ande suri balat eta suri thot at elson kul kabalat eta Mr. Speaker direk oniti direk harashot in tada ko sompa go down that direk taracho hurilla sindute ya yona ka gont on the then ke ke go tsirwe direk kante kawe masirusi minister masirusi ayuna job go chabegalata masirusi now chilond ele kanin kula sehegalat in tara kanin jonne go tsini oda se kai hai townet ayuna sompa kolatane te lagare gut in to gotra hint hintu government a unique any ule what's it mase hete bells at the hole hete bells at the hole range like Mr. Speaker a cadre inuvik put lake castle a yoga that attere junk awe kade ayuna na hona hold na hinesine a cadence egore alessonet Mr. Speaker etirika ayunet did aji cast assembly the city a casting law see a galat at the no work all I can need at the hinda etir ajuna asin lodare chonat galat at kanik all that hindu sine ayiruse okay so etazo sole so galat at and Mr. Speaker etir ajuna sompa awe in tagata ayit and that's not tate le eji ayuna ka sin so guti und elekulu detiri eyat ayi go tare choyo go keteda etir ayuna bets dise ayuna guchat kone begalts intant at den kayuna kakitionte ayuna kawe ke yagala kintant at hindu kind at surid ka kone ti white and the good kesontle but are on the caniculu ye to telegunella ye company was say at the ayuna tenet ke ayuna tokiri kesins ayuna senegut akiniwe and I gonna sell ayuna cabin gola and adri commitment you see ayuna well so and atiri kola ayuna in it kola nats iti kanu sompak ayuna tani bets nats uti and sompak on a walk what's in the head kola was sompat anyone Mr. Speaker a CLC kola ayuna sompa woguts at the sea at ayi electly account at government and naki high egalita is seen light stick on at did you see ayuna sompa sagots at account ayana got in daily hegaliketats at a sonata dirigola
and not coming back to life anytime soon without additional investment and support. And this is something members have raised repeatedly. stabilize the program until we figured it out, until Indigenous governments and communities are in the position to take them over and operate them so they're effective at providing the education and skills development that we need to support our workforce. As to the economic pieces, the concerns around the regulatory system are still very live, including around mineral tenure, the Mineral Resources Act, which is still not enforced. I've been calling for it to be expedited. The committee called for it to be expedited. We have no real change to that. We're still sticking to the same timelines, which is basically the end of this term. Now, the only commitment made was to bring the MARS system, the online map staking system, into the regulations, which I was under the impression, after asking about this repeatedly since getting elected, that it was going to get done. That was my assumption. That was the assumption of many members I've talked to, that it was going to get done. That was the commitment, and now it's just being reinforced. So it's not a new commitment. It's a restatement of an old commitment. And as for the Mackenzie Valley Highway, well, the line here is important. Quote, "Well, financial resources remain contingent on external funding." So we still don't have the dollars, but we're going to put forward a plan. And the last time this happened, we had a notional plan for housing, and that caused such a frustration on this side of the House that we pushed and pushed and pushed until it got funded. So maybe that will happen again. But notional plans are not firm spending commitments, and they're not moving the economy forward. It's more planning, it's more aspirations. And we need to set ambitious timelines for these projects, especially around the Arctic Economic and Security Corridor and the Tulsa Transmission Line. Government can do that. We have to work with Indigenous partners, absolutely. But telling our partners we need to move firmly, our government has made this commitment to these deadlines, how do we work together to get there? That's the kind of leadership I'm looking for. That's the kind of leadership many Northerners are looking for as well. It's not disrespectful or colonial to say we have to meet the moment. And we're going to support every party going there, but this is what we're looking for. And we still don't know what those timelines are. I think perhaps, and to land tenure for economic development, there's commitments to free up land for housing, and I think that's an important commitment. But the thing that Yellowknife MLAs have been pushing for years and years and years is access to municipal lands for the city and for all communities, not just Yellowknife, but it's a particularly acute problem in Yellowknife, and it's something that we hear about all the time. We don't have commitments to speed up that process. We have commitments to make the processing applications, which is largely a backlog, 15% faster. That's processing files could mean a no at the end of the day. We don't know whether it's going to speed things up or whether it's going to give certainty that the land will in fact be available for development. And that's the number one piece that addresses these defense commitments that were being promised. The $10 billion of investment. We need land for that investment. And it's not all available yet, despite the fact that successive assemblies have passed motions and called loudly for municipal land transfers to happen across the board. So all communities can develop at their own pace and choose how to grow their communities. And again, this member at least is tired of calling for the same thing and being told we're doing it, and yet nothing happens, nothing changes. Mr. Speaker, the $30 million, because that's the bulk of what's being promised here, the $30 million for the inclusive schooling review. Now, I am a big proponent of inclusive schooling and properly funding it. It's something school education bodies, at least in Yellowknife, have been calling for a very long time, and there's been a gap. So I welcome the review. I think it's important. But I haven't read that review. In fact, no one on this side of the House has read that review. So I find it a little confusing that we're being told we push for this. In fact, the quote, the 30 million commitment to inclusive schooling stands as one of the clearest examples of how member concerns translate directly into approved services for Northerners. We didn't ask for 30 million. 30 million was offered when we said, please make sure you strengthen inclusive education based on the review you're doing. So why didn't we get the $1 million for the RCMP crisis intervention team? Why didn't we get the $700,000 for the Dene Nation to move forward on housing? Other things members have raised on the floor. Those are much smaller asks, but we get $30 million, something we didn't ask for that we welcome. But I would suspect these were already planned expenditures that happen to align with an ask, which is a great win for members if they want to take it. But there's a number of things that weren't addressed. There's a number of things that continue to frustrate my constituents and frustrate members. A compassionate medical travel policy. I have publicly said I won't support spending until we see this put in place. There are going to be costs associated with it, but they're costs I'm willing to pay and costs the public wants this government to pay. And the fact that we, again, continue to pass motions calling for it, we continue to make statements, there's news coverage on it, there are more stories out there than I've even heard, but I know that they're out there. I know I work closely with my colleagues who have raised this as well, affecting everyone from people in Yellowknife to people in the smallest remote communities. And now there are questions around treaty rights being raised as well. So this is, we desperately need to do this, and having a case management team is important. That's a first step. But the policy piece, which we've clearly articulated, is not being addressed. It continues to be ignored, and the problems continue piling up. A child and youth advocate. I mean, I was really taken, I thank the House for passing that motion and my colleagues who spoke to it. There was one line that really stuck with me, and it's stuck with me since we had that debate. No is not an option. And I agree wholeheartedly. No is not an option. We need this service. We're the only one who doesn't have it. At a fractional cost of the value it provides, of the value for money it provides to taxpayers, and more importantly, the tremendous value it provides to children and youth in the North, in the jurisdictions where it's present. There's many ways we could do this. And again, it is not a $30 million ask. Did we get that? No. Despite it being one of the top asks of the committee. I will also speak to one other thing that I feel strongly about. The House also passed a motion calling for a dedicated emergency management agency. This is something that has been recommended by at least 2 independent reviews of the emergency management system. I know the government's response on this. But again, if I'm going to support a budget, I want to see the government following the advice of the experts it pays for and the advice that is being given by the House, and yes, a non-binding motion, but a very clearly articulated motion of what the priorities of this assembly ought to be with respect to public safety based on the words we're speaking. And that's not being produced in this budget. It is not being produced in any budget and won't be. So how can we support these motions? How can we read the reviews and support the reviews and see all the work that's been poured into them and not expect to see it in budgets coming forward? Why are we paying for these reviews and plans and goals and timelines that are aspirational if we're not willing to put the money into realizing them? And yes, we don't have infinite dollars. I know that. There needs to be trade-offs. Willing to make them to meet the priorities. Tell me how you're gonna pay for a child and youth advocate, and I'll tell you I'm comfortable with it. But that's part of this back and forth. But instead we're getting policy answers to a budget process. It's pretty easy to satisfy policy answers. It's a lot harder to provide the resources that are being requested to make a difference in our communities. So I've staked out turf here saying I appreciate the work that goes into these back and forth, but there are things that I need to see and that my constituents expect me to see, because I am tired of saying the same things back to them. I know you're frustrated. We've brought your concerns forward. I bring them in emails, I bring them in text messages, I bring them to the floor, I bring them to committees, but nothing's getting done. And eventually you have to draw the line and say, I'm going to stop supporting things until these things are changed. Because these are the most important things in my riding. That's why I'm bringing them up constantly, again and again and again. So until budgets reflect those values, I don't have confidence that this government's moving in the right direction for Range Lake. This is not an indictment of any person here. It is how the process of parliamentary governance works. And in this case, there are clear asks that are coming from my riding, being driven by my constituents, that are continuously ignored. And I'm not alone in this. But some members are willing to settle for what they can get, and I respect that. Everyone has to pursue this differently. I'm just not willing to settle for low expectations anymore and continue that culture that permeates throughout our institutions. It's time to be ambitious, it's time to be bold, and it's time to be honest about what we're getting, which is a lot less than what's being spoken about in speeches from members about how much we got, because we didn't get all that much. And we still have so far to go. Our economy is crumbling. Our healthcare system is on life support. There are so many issues that we're struggling to keep pace with. And we're here to help, believe it or not. We're here to help. But we need to be asked, and we need to be listened to. And if we're not listened to, yes, we become a voice of accountability and criticism, because that's what our constituents expect of us. And that's why I'm not supporting this budget, Mr. Speaker. And until these things are done, until these affordable, important things which will change the lives of my constituents and support their needs and aspirations are addressed, I won't be supporting budgets. And I hope that changes, Mr. Speaker, because that's what I'm elected to do, and that's what people tell me to do. And until that changes, I can't support this or future budgets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Range late. To the motion, member from Trinidad-Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 19th Assembly, when I was elected, I brought forward my issues in regards to priorities for my riding. And what I was told is that put it in the suitcase and try to throw it on the train. I came in through a midterm by-election. But, Mr. Speaker, in the 20th Assembly, after we got sworn in, I wrote a letter to the Premier on February 13th, 2024, outlining the priorities for my riding. And 2 weeks later, I have received a reply back from the Premier saying that he's going to encourage his minister to work with me to look at how we could work together on my priorities. And to this day, Mr. Speaker, no minister has reached out to me to talk about the priorities for Trinidad-Willowdale riding. And now we're going to going into a third year of our mandate. And it's really frustrating because when I look through the budget right now, there's really nothing there, again, for small communities. And I'm really, really concerned about that. But, Mr. Speaker, this is the Finance Minister's 7th consecutive budget since she assumed her role as start of this last Assembly. In this budget, like the rest of her budgets, I haven't seen any real investment in my riding of Trinidad-Willowdale. What I notice, however, is a lot of debt. This minister has increased our borrowing limit several times. Our debt limit is now projected to reach $2.21 billion. Our budget has ballooned to $2.7 billion now. And what do we do? What do we get for it? Nothing in my writing. A lot of public servants, over 1,100 employees added since her first budget. About 25% increase. Those aren't all doctors and nurses and social workers and teachers. What we have instead are a lot more bureaucrats, ensure that we can make studies, writing reports, and develop strategies and business plans. But there are still not enough people to teach our children or keep our health centers open. We debate these every day in this chamber during our legislative session. And yet, for someone who is essentially the minister of everything, the Minister of Finance rarely addresses the challenges our community faces, leaving it to her to leaving it to her colleagues while responsible for their own departments must work with what the Minister of Finance provides. We know we're in a housing crisis. We know our healthcare services are struggling. With Jordan Principles funding cuts, it's clear education will struggle to provide culturally programs to meet the needs of Indigenous students. And yet we can't even come together to secure a small amount of funding for offices like Dene Nation to coordinate a community housing proposal to build Canada homes. Since I was elected in the 19th Assembly, I've been keeping detailed lists of my community needs. I compile these lists with community leaders, stakeholders, my constituency, and send them to the minister every year, only to have them denied. Then here at budget time, I stand and go through that list, voicing my disappointment, while the minister and her colleagues sits across the chambers busy typing away on their laptops. This has been a very effective way for me to speak to my constituents by pointing to the practical changes this assembly can make in the communities I represent. But since that approach hasn't really worked, when I speak to this government today, I would like to take a different track. This time, I want to take a step back and make a point in terms of bigger picture and hope that this time my point is carried through in this chamber a little further. A long time ago, it was this government belief that they should invest in small communities that were struggling to help get people on their feet and their local economies moving, especially during tough times. Well, this isn't that kind of budget, because my communities are getting nothing. And these hard times aren't due to some uncontrollable economic cycles. Our communities have been on constant decline because of this government long-standing inaction. More recently, governments have focused on cutting debts, and creating an attractive environment for businesses. This isn't that type of budget either. We are still waiting for modern regulations. Our debt keeps growing, and the government is still under our territories are our largest employer. While other jurisdictions cut royalty rates to foster development, we scare businesses away and end up collecting a grand total of nothing in royalties. So what is this government doing? It's sinking small communities while giving privileged classes in the only the biggest slice of shrinking pie. The city isn't an island. My people will keep coming here for services their own communities are losing. The tax base this government relies on will disappear because my people can't get jobs. Health and social services will keep paying more to treat sicker people, and I fear that all public safety tools we are reaching for will be undermined by growing destruction. Every time we ask for funding for critical services to reverse these trends, this government first response is that our asks are not physically sustainable. By the territory this budget is building, and the previous budget the finance minister has tabled isn't sustainable either. Not physically sustainable, not economically sustainable, not socially sustainable. It is not sustainable to ignore our rights. It's not sustainable to keep our families in overcrowded homes. It's not sustainable to let our graduation rates drop off a cliff, and it's not sustainable to let our mines close. Taking impact benefit agreements funds with them, with new economic development on the horizon, with no new economic development on the horizon. There aren't someone else's problem. The government of the Northwest Territories may not be a party to the treaties, but they are still having a duty to uphold them. The federal government didn't transfer administration of these services to this government so they could turn around and ask Ottawa to pay for everything. Back in the day, there were some pretty heated debates over establishing a public government for the Northwest Territories. But if anything is harming that idea today is budget like this. Budgets that march our territory back under the mercy of the federal government. When our communities aren't self-sufficient, our territory isn't self-sufficient, and it is not our communities who plan to sit around cap in hand waiting for handouts. They're ready for development. Their skills, they're ready for meaningful employment. They want to own their own homes. It's this government that denies them that opportunity to succeed, and then tell them to go to Ottawa for services it is supposed to provide and rights it's supposed to uphold. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no plan in this budget. There's no vision. There's no jobs, no education, no improvements to healthcare, no Indigenous-led housing. This government takes care of itself, consults itself, accommodates itself. Plain and simple, my communities don't consent to this poor leadership. They want to make their own decisions. They want to create their own destiny. This is what the treaties promises. I was elected to represent my constituents I took an oath to uphold our treaties, and I'll do so for as long as I have the privilege to sit in this chamber. And that means voting tonight on another bad budget from the minister. So, Mr. Speaker, I will not be supporting this budget today. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Trinidad-Welleday. To the motion, member from the Sawtooth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I look back at the last 24 months there, Mr. Speaker, this assembly started off as an approach to restoring balance. Restoring balance gives you the privileges of taking a percentage in your position with the fiscal responsibility policy to design and implement the capital allowance. When I look back at the Sawtooth, to a large degree, it wasn't the Sawtooth that I remember in previous years. We started off with a colleague from the Mackenzie Delta providing me assistance to look at a chart showing the Sawtooth seen 448 medevacs out of the region in 3 years. It doesn't defy the purpose of the expense of that particular trip, but a large amount is directed to recovery of the addictions that are placing our people in impoverished conditions. The workforce is not available. Actually, it's being a burden to this government. And look at the delayed projects. However, it wasn't the end of the story. Just last year, this government awoke a capital project to build the Toledo Health Center. And showing that recapitalization and energy to finish what we started was flying in 90 DC-3 loads of materials so we can get going with the project. And I highlight the other differences, the other negative impacts that lowering our ability as a region to become a standalone region. Just recently, as we all know, the departure of our Imperial Oil, a legacy oil field that was established by Tommy the Ox. Now, when I look back at that legacy oil field, which produced a lot of wealth to the stakeholders, and when I look back at the all-government approach to accessing capital for the purpose of economic resilience, we still have in our toolbox those abilities to strengthen what was there. And the floods, the fire conditions, adding costs to our territorial government. And the regulatory reform, it's underway. You have these tools in your toolbox, and it's called devolution. Why can't we use devolution to strengthen our regulatory process and maybe even entertain the idea or the concept of approaching it for total control over that resource development management? You have the systems here. You've got the regional agencies, which is a co-management structure to give approvals so projects could efficiently go ahead and start producing royalties. Government operates on taxes and royalties. In my recent trip to the Prospectors Conference in Toronto, I was very surprised. We are not that bad, considering the fact that non-renewable resource in the diamond sector is declining. We have 3 candidates that are on the threshold of moving forward. One of the 3 companies that we had met, and we met several, but one of the 3 stands out to me that is near shovel ready. They have secured the financing to move ahead. And as we all know, the benefits coming from a project to ensure that you're going to get benefits is securing financing. And financing has definitely been secured, so the project's going to go ahead. I have every thought and talks that the coming years, we should be focused on the coming years and preparing ourselves for what's coming. There's an economic tsunami coming. We've already seen that in the procurement phases on Mercs for the $10 billion that is coming. Commitments from the military spending is going to contribute and escalate beyond expectations of what we've seen already. So in reality, Mr. Speaker, it's really not as bad as what it is. We need to get our tools identified in the toolbox and get ready to prepare for that wave of opportunity that's coming in all our areas. And again, Mr. Speaker, when I look back at the SA2, which we'll be going home to visit in the coming days, it's not that bad. We as leaders make decisions on this institution that covers 33 communities. Yes, a large portion of our budget comes from our federal counterparts, but we still have the ability to recognize the resource potential you have here. Now let us design a recovery plan to recognize that potential. How can we expedite these projects through the regulatory redesign and at the same time look at devolution? So I'll be supporting this budget, Mr. Speaker. I feel my people that I represent want to move on. They want to know what are the tsunami economic conditions coming so we can prepare for them. And yes, it was a shock to the Northwest Territories, at the same time to the residents and business communities of Norman Wells, that the imperial oil production is going to shut down. But as some would say, one dying industry supports a emerging one. During the PDAC discussions, a mining company is coming to our community of Norman Wells and coming to our community of Toledo to talk about critical mineral potential in the Sawtooth. With this government, we supported access for clients in the industry community to access critical mineral infrastructure fund. So by combining and uniting our offices, we can see results. And we just seen that this morning there, Mr. Speaker, by the mobilization of 3 modular units into one of the smallest community in the Northwest Territories. The children were overwhelmed with excitement, greeting the big trucks that brought in their school. So we have to design our toolbox to implement the tsunami that's coming and prepare the workforce. Awareness on what's coming is critical and specific to encourage our residents to remain here, because we have a bright future ahead of us. You only could imagine what may come and think to yourself, the Banff of the Northwest Territories is in the Sawtooth. So much potential. I believe any accountant would love to be analyzing the revenue potential and looking at how much our government could make. Right now we have a budget here that we can design and still balance a budget that supports your fiscal responsibility policy for next fiscal year's preparation for capital planning. Now let's look at what we have. In 7 years, Mr. Speaker, we talk about restoring balance through increased revenues, reductions by reducing expenditures, layoffs. Meanwhile, in 7 years, this government has made approximately close to $50 million from the tax revenues and separating the YZF airport. Now, if you look at that, you look at the Heritage Fund, and you look what's coming in the next 7 years, your cash flow predictions are already there. Now you got a huge client coming in, D&D with a large footprint and tax revenues, and more landing fees. So at times we have to look back and see what we accomplished and look ahead. In the private sector, they do 5-year, 10-year plans with anticipation that revenues are going to be there to support that 5-year plan. So in summary, in closing, Mr. Speaker, our chair led off the statement to the budget. I totally agree with that. In ending, thank you, and I will support this budget. Masicho.
Thank you. Thank you, member from the Satu. To the motion. To the motion, member from Huon Lake North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am voting in support of this budget since I feel that the budget and the associated commitments that we have negotiated represent significant investments that will benefit people across the territory and changes that people will actually notice, things that will actually improve their lives. I think any of us, including each of the cabinet members, could stand up at any time and list 100 things that we don't have in the territory, 100 things that we want, and 100 more things that we want done better. But we don't have the resources to do 100 new things and another 100 things better each year. And if that was the bottom line for being able to pass a budget, we'd probably never be able to pass one, and we'd never be able to fund any government work, let alone new initiatives. We have to pick a handful of priorities. And that doesn't mean picking around the edges and only doing tiny, meaningless things. It means tackling the biggest issues, the biggest problems, and being strategic about investments that lay the foundations for big improvements. Now, I spoke at length in my member statement today about positive developments and investments on the healthcare front that we've all worked hard to secure, so I won't repeat those comments here. I will say, however, that they're not all fluffy policy commitments. Maybe some members have failed to notice, but we have been promised real money to come forward in a supplementary appropriation in the May-June sitting to fund real new frontline positions, new practitioners who will join our integrated care teams. I also wanted to be sure to highlight that the commitments on education are also significant. We see $30 million in new funding for inclusive schooling that will allow us to quickly respond to the anticipated recommendations in the forthcoming inclusive schooling review. So that's key because we know that our struggles in education are urgent. That money will be able to support needs that are more than apparent already, even without being able to see the final inclusive schooling review report. We know that we need more of the specialized supports, such as speech-language pathologists and other clinical services, that this money will fund. I also appreciate the Education Minister's receptiveness to the ongoing advocacy by several members in this House, including myself, for better literacy supports, the commitment to pursue consistent early literacy screening in junior and senior kindergarten, I think is a really good start. In terms of post-secondary education and workforce development, which many of us have kept emphasizing over and over again, financial support is now being provided to Aurora College to ensure that there will be a fall 2027 cohort for Bachelor of Social Work and Bachelor of Education degree programs. So, Mr. Speaker, I won't run through all the various aspects of this budget. I know it's late and we're all tired, but I am not hesitantly or reluctantly supporting this budget. I am happily supporting this budget as I believe it represents significant steps forward that we can all be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. To the motion, member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I came into this role, I did not expect to come into the Legislative Assembly with knowing that the learning centers community learning centers were going to be shut down. The residents of my riding put faith in me that their lives would become somewhat better. But halfway through, or a quarter of the way through our mandate, we're getting a notice that the learning centers were going to shut down. That was a big hit to myself and to the residents of the Northwest Territories as a whole. But sometimes money is put in a back burner because safety and the well-being of our community residents is put in the forefront, and that's what I've been fighting for the residents of Sigachik. They wanted a police presence, a full-time police presence, nurse. But in this budget, they stated that they would work with the community, work with the RCMP, and see how much presence they can provide the residents of Sigachik, because at this time they're fearing for their life with the influx of hard drugs coming into their community while there's no support, police support, and it's overwhelming them. So there's a lot of other factors. I've always stated that, you know, if the Dempster Highway didn't go through our region, we'd have absolutely nothing in this budget. It's heartbreaking to go back to my community this coming weekend and answer questions about what's good in this budget for us. We need overwhelming factors to be considered for us to live a healthy life. There's prices going up all over. We can't go, we shouldn't be going any further backwards. We can only build on what we got, and I have to accept that. I have to accept that, you know, we got little police presence in the community of Sigachik for their safety. And hopefully we can get a nurse there a couple of times a week or something in that fashion. But sometimes money is safety overrides the dollar. So I'm somewhat happy. I'm not exactly happy for the whole budget. I think with the limited amount of money that's passing through our communities, I think this government should think seriously about negotiating with our local companies on contracts so that money can stay in the Northwest Territories and help our communities. If they're not going to pour money directly into our communities, then start negotiating these contracts. It'll be a good start. It'll make our communities happier. There's companies within our three communities that provide a lot of employment once they get contracts with the government of the Northwest Territories. Like I said, that I hope we're not going to go any further backwards. We can only build on what we got. Maybe in the next budget we'll have a police officer in Sigachik, but that fight's been going on for over 40 years. It's just me continuing it, and we got till next year, and I'll continue to fight this battle for the community of Sigachik. Another projects that Fort McPherson, Aklavik, and Sigachik may want. They ask me a lot to fight on their behalf for negotiated contracts, and I hope the government is listening, because we have nothing. We need more. We asked for gravel. Maybe it could have been done in phases, but it was put out back on the local government's table for them to consider, and they said they'll have personnel resources to help them. So it's reluctantly, but I will be supporting this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Mackenzie Delta. To the motion. To the motion. Gentlemen and ladies, please, somebody put their hand up so we can go. Member from the Date Show.
Hand up already. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I looked at my budget address and tried to figure out how I was going to deal with this. And it's been quite a time learning here. I have to say that, and learn about how everything works, and how I wanted some stuff. I put some stuff on the list, and I'm thankful for what I got. I mean, some of my colleagues said here, you can't get blood from a stone, and we're in a deficit, and for me, I'm very thankful that I asked for phase 3 power. I wanted that, but it has to be worked in a way that I know that it can happen. When? Maybe next time we do a budget, like my colleague from McPherson said. I know, and I'm glad that slowly, and it's going to take time. I know that things take time. I want something. It's not like we get everything we want right away. Things take time. So I understand that, and I will continue to work with the departments to support my people back home. I will continue to ask for them. We don't have a land claim settlement in the Decho riding, and so it makes it a little bit more difficult for us. But I will continue to ask. I will continue to work for the people. Continue to bring ministers into the region so people can talk and ask questions about what they need. There's lots that, we need a lot, but I know things take time. And I'm glad we have the teacher education program put back in. I'm all for education. I want people to get, the more education people have, the more knowledge people have, the better they're able to make good choices in their life. It's not always about money, but we make it always about money. What about spending time with children? Spending time out on the land? We have there's money for on the land programs. I'm thankful for that. We're dealing with a lot of addictions in our community. That is not about money. That's about that's a people issue. We need to spend time together, do things together, talk together. I'm passionate about this kind of stuff because that's the type of work I was doing before I came into this house. So I'm grateful for that. Like I said, there's a lot that we don't have, but we'll get there. Things take time. With that, I want to say thank you, and I will be supporting the budget. Thank you.
To the motion. To the motion, member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's getting late, and I'm going to keep my comments to a minimum, because I'm sure the last thing anybody in this House wants right now is a 20-minute speech from the member for Frame Lake.
We love your story minutes.
Let's be real here. Let's be real, Mr. Speaker. Come on. Okay.
If you get on with it.
Yeah. Boy, okay.
I can go. I can go. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I just want to note that I think, I want to echo a lot of what the member for Nunavut Lake spoke to. And, there's been some different perspectives shared here, and I'm not going to get too deep into it. But I will say that for me, I'm proud of the work that we've done over the past month and a half. It's been maybe even a bit more time than that. I mean, budget for all of us really starts in mid-January, if not a little bit earlier. And it's a grind. We all know that. People have spoken to it in the past, and so a lot of work has been done here. I am proud of that work, and I feel that we achieved a lot over the past few months. And interestingly, I actually feel this is one of the more successful negotiations we've seen in terms of thinking about the list that AOC put together, the things that we agreed upon fighting for, and what we were able to get from the government in concessions through the negotiations that our chair and deputy chair worked so hard on. I actually think that we achieved a lot. And I'm happy with a lot of what we achieved. And, the member for Yellowknife North mentioned a few of the things. And I think just for sake of time, I'm going to spare speaking to all the different things I'm happy about. I can talk about those things in my newsletter with specific constituents. Certainly there's a few who I'm going to be reaching out to who I know are going to find meaning in some of the things we achieved, because they were the people that I had in mind when I was bringing this forward. So I'll be emailing them directly and saying, hey, here's what we got for you. I just want to speak a little bit to the hard work and what goes into getting us to where we are, Mr. Speaker. I think that sometimes, certainly when I was, before I ever took a seat in this assembly, I didn't know much about Committee of the Whole and what goes on there. It was something I never thought about at all. But it's somewhere that I now spend significant amounts of my time preparing for and working in. And it stands out to me, Mr. Speaker, that in Committee of the Whole, effective lines of questioning, working with our colleagues across the floor, and all of the time that people don't see, the time that I spend in ministers' offices talking to them about specific issues, talking about things that matter to me, asking them for advice. How can I be most effective on this issue that matters to me, and how can I help you be effective on it too? That's where the rubber really hits the road. That's the hard work. That's the work that people don't necessarily see. It's not something I was particularly familiar with before I got in here, but what I have been working hard, exhausting myself doing over the past number of months, and those months are long before this budget process started. This work is ongoing. And so I'm proud of that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of this budget process, in my reply to the budget address, I spoke to us being stronger together. I do believe that. And that's what I mean when I'm talking about that work, that when we are working together, that's how we can be effective. And speaking to being effective, I thought that I received a very good piece of advice in these budget negotiations, and that was that we are most effective as a group, as AOC, when we find common ground on issues, when we do the hard work of negotiating our way through that and figuring out what are the issues that we all stand together on, what are the things that we can all really support that are important to this territory as a whole, not this or that riding where we do support one another from time to time, but what are the issues of territorial importance that we can all agree upon? Yes, this is what we need to hammer down on. That's where we're most effective. I really appreciate that advice. I listen to it. And it's what stands out to me when I look at the things we have been able to achieve as a group. And I'm very proud of some of the things that AOC has achieved. The key one is the $150 million of housing money. That is something that AOC worked very hard on. It took us a couple of years of hard work and hard negotiations, but we got there. And that is more money than any AOC has ever gotten out of any government for housing in the history of this assembly. That is a big deal, Mr. Speaker, and it shows me that when we work together, when we come together on common issues, we can be effective. So that's what stands out to me. I want to thank all the different cabinet members I just mentioned, whose offices I spend time in and who I talk to and pester and probably sometimes annoy greatly, constantly pressuring them on different things and asking different questions and submitting BFs and all the different things that we do, for taking the time to work with us, to give us that advice, to help us be effective. I think we are all ultimately pulling in the same direction. All of us are here because of how much we care about this territory and how much we care about the people that we represent. I don't think anybody in this room can disagree about that. We may have different perspectives on how to get there, and I've talked to members who I disagree with about that, but what motivates us to be here and the outcomes that we are looking to achieve are very similar at the end of the day. And I think that's something to reflect on and to think about. And I'm going to end on that point right there, Mr. Speaker. I am in support of the budget. Thank you.
From Creme Lake. To the motion. Member from Mophie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that we are not going to get everything that we want or we negotiated, knowing we are in deficit, but working together, we can still get stuff that we ask for. I know that I'm not going to get the water truck, sewer truck for essential services in Klitschko region, but especially for the small flying communities. But, you know, at this time, it's not the end, just like my colleague said. It's an ongoing thing that we have to keep working on. I would like to see that because they provide, community government provide a lot of essential services, and we can't live without water. We know that. And, I asked for our CMP in Gamity and Wikwiti, but I'm quite pleased with the accommodation to improve the justice systems, especially in overnight accommodation in Gamity. That's okay. At least we're getting somewhere. And I asked for 3 DMV positions. I got none, but that's not the end. I know where to go to get, I will still try to get some, It's not the end. But I'm, with a 2-year term position, I hope it doesn't stop there, with the ECC. I hope it's going to result into indeterminate positions. And the North Slave office, 2 times a week, every 2 weeks, that's not enough. But hopefully it will turn into a full-time, with a strong advocate. I'm not going to stop just because, they have it there. I'm going to continue fighting for more jobs because we know that in NWT with the mine closing, we're going to need more jobs. We need to create more jobs or transfer more jobs to small communities because the small communities have to live and survive too as well. So it doesn't mean that it's going to end here, I'm okay with it because I know what to do in the future. I know that, if I just have to go and talk to them or make it part of our budget negotiations. Another one too is that, I asked to create Klitschko region. At least now it's been addressed yesterday too, that an effort will be made by GNWT to work with Klitschko government for establishment of a standalone Klitschko administrative region. That's okay. I mean, it's in there. So I'm quite pleased about that. But I know that the elders have said to me many times when I first campaigned, they said, if you work alone, you're not going to get anything done. But if you work together, collectively, you can get a lot of things done. And I do appreciate and I thank my colleagues here for helping and working with me. To even my Yellowknife colleague advocated for Klitschko region as well. All of them, I really do thank them. Mr. Hawkins, Kiro, Mr. Tester, Mr. Morris, Ms. Reed, and Ms. Morgan. I really, they really did advocate it for the Klitschko Administrative Region. So I really do appreciate that. So that's working together. And that's what the elders have said, is that you can't do it alone. You got to do it together. If you guys work well together, we can go, long ways. We know that the GNWT is in deficit. So we just, I'm quite pleased, I would like to get more, but I am okay with what we have right now because there's still room for improvements and there's still time that, we can get more things for our region. So with that in mind, at this time, I will support the budget. Thank you.
From Oakville. To the motion. To the motion. Member from Illinois Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do want to correct one piece of information from the member of Mont. I felt like we were working for her, not necessarily working with her. So, but in the spirit of collaboration, because many of us recognize her particular desire of wish of that the Montpellier riding being peeled out as a specific area or economic region in the budget, and in a lot of ways it makes sense just by itself, saying, hey, can we target? So when she needed support for that, I can't see why anyone would oppose that. I'm not saying they're getting it. It's aspirational in this the statement yesterday. So we yet to see if it actually does anything. And as I told the member from Montpellier yesterday, my humble opinion is it has nothing to do with the Toledo government. It has everything to do with the Minister of Finance saying it needs to be done. It's not the Toledo government's budget. It's the GNWT's budget. Now, we differ on that. We differ on the perspective. It's the old splitting hairs. But the fact is, I think that really matters. It's our budget, not anyone else's. So, Mr. Speaker, well, let's jump into a couple things. We didn't ask for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of things. We asked for a couple dozen things, and some things cost money, some didn't, some were rewording even, administratively. So I would say, Mr. Speaker, the challenge of that is I just felt like we were negotiating against ourselves. I don't even know why we call it negotiating some days. I think that the budget should have started off by talking about the unstoppable sleeping economy that's about to take over. Should have been the theme of this, how we're going to turn this around. Should have been the theme of what we're going to do. I don't feel that the budget itself addresses the economic cliff, if I may stress, that we're facing with such ferocity. I was thinking yesterday, do we have any more mines to announce a closure? Do we have any left? If we're lucky to get somebody saying we want to open one, that could be 10, 12 years. We all know the process doesn't happen overnight. We'll be lucky to get a couple of the lithium project, maybe get a lithium project before the end of this current decade off the ground. But a lot of that has to do with the fact that the market on one of the products, not worth a lot of money, and there's such competition, one project virtually kills the next one, because there's not a need for that product on the market. It doesn't cost a lot of money, it doesn't make a lot of money, and if your project's more accessible, it's going to make it tough. I've spoken to the folks here, they are worried. Yes, they're planning and they're proceeding as if the project's a go, but I always worry. And they're worried too. Mr. Speaker, I think the budget's an opportunity to be a catalyst of success, not a demonstration of status quo. And I've been part of many budgets over the years, and I just find that the resilience of the 11 members, as much as we try hard to draw a line, but when you show up at the last 2 weeks just before session and saying, here's your budget, ta-da, and then what do you think, even though it's in print? And what do you think this is the one we're going to table? And what do you think? Send us over your ideas. And then it boils down to is what we really think is more of a, as they say, an epimetheus, which is basically an afterthought, it feels like. I feel like it's constantly, if the government was being proactive to engage the 11 members, which is hard enough in on itself because we're 11 individual members. It'd be a lot simpler if we were one party. We're not a party, we're a consensus government. I'm not trying to get people wound up here. But we are individual islands, little shoals, you know, archipelagos. It only once in a while we come together as one force. And we can't even hold the line. Why? Because at the 11th hour of the budget cycle that we're just about to finish, people are tired, they're cranky, they just want to go home, they want to go on their holidays, they want to give up. Can we do any more? I don't care. Give me something and I'll go away and I'll vote for yes. Just make it in. I think our job is to continue to hold the government's feet to the fire. And I'm not sure the fortitude is being demonstrated this time around. As a matter of fact, I actually feel like the government got away very cheap this time around. And I'll come back to that because I really think on paper, yet to be determined actually in dollars, but you know, I think in paper, it really is only a $10 million success story. And I'm not even sure on that because if you ask the question of why am I not sure? It just seems like back to what my colleague from Range Lake had said. They were doing much of this already. They just reprofile it. I mean, it feels like a government announcement, the federal government, where they announce, and then, well, we're going to do this project 6 months, a year later, they re-announce the same project and arena. I felt like it was a restatement of the government's goals and objectives. Very little seemed to crack the interest in the sense of it was new for us, based on our asks, that is, Mr. Speaker. You know, for me, seeing something, you know, immeasurable, our suggestions in that sense, you know, it would be so important to see them in there in a manner that we know that they would stay. Or sorry, I said immeasurable, I meant immutable, whereas then they're locked in. And so that, for those who are curious, wondering what that is, that means basically you can't change it. You know, there is, you know, I mean, I just was suggested a minute ago saying, are we better off today than we were when we took office? I'm not sure you can tell the difference. How we tell the difference is our hopes are higher, our economy is lower, and our dreams that the federal government will save us are really picking up momentum. Because if it isn't for the federal government coming here saying we're going to put $5 million in the Yellowknife region, or sorry, my apologies, $5 billion in the Yellowknife region, $5 billion in the Inuvik region, that they might move to Yellowknife better. No, I'm kidding. But in truth, without that, I don't know what we'd see. I really don't know. I mean, if it wasn't for that type of conversation, I mean, my goodness, back to the mines. Is there any mines left to close, to announce their closing? So let's pair out here a little bit of what the minister had said yesterday. So she talks about a meaningful role of shaping the government. Again, I've already talked about that, so I'm not going to revisit that. But even if you took the influence of 11 members, it's worth 0.015% of the budget. And that's assuming, based on we had the influence of the $40 million. So in other words, the 10 plus the $30 million for the enhancement to childcare. So I hate to think, you know, it's a rounding error for our efforts here. And our efforts are restatements of programs that some are not even real, they're notional, and some are theoretic. Because some of this isn't even coming in this budget, it's planning. We'll never see it. Well, don't worry, we agree to the plan, and the plan will come later, and we assure you. And I'll get to that too. I'm reminded of one of the things that used to drive me crazy about one of the former finance ministers. He always used to say, the fullness of time. That's what this response feels like. One day, someday. That's my saying. And it feels like, well, just hold your breath, one day, someday. The notional part. Members, to my understanding, want movement on the inclusive schooling file. Absolutely. Members, I think all members, to their credit, not one over the other, not one higher than the other, not one less than the other, Mr. Speaker. I think it affects everyone, including cabinet. And I think seeing movement on the inclusive schooling file gives me a real sense of juxtaposition. I'm not happy what they're presenting because they don't have a plan. And even we heard from the Minister of ECE, it's still coming. So we're not sure what we're agreeing to, and that's always been a factor of me, which is I want to know what I'm agreeing to. I'm willing to agree to something I don't like, I'm willing to agree to something I don't support, but I want to know what I'm agreeing to. We're agreeing to a notional plan saying $30 million is coming forward, but we don't quite know yet what it is. Again, it's the federal decisions that are going to make life better. As far as the primary care file. I mean, you know, one day people are railing against the public administrator, and then the next day they're saying he's the greatest. I'm not sure. I'm confused because, you know, we want things in this particular file, and I think, in essence, all of us want things, but I mean, it's confusing that we're actually getting what we want. I don't feel like going through the finance minister's full statement, but I do feel it's demonstrably disappointing because I don't feel like we actually made an actual impact. I feel like what we've been told is, you guys did a great job. That's a good AOC. Yeah, you did really good. Don't worry. Oh, you held us. Oh, don't worry, don't worry. 0.015% of the battle. Oh, yeah, you really held us over a barrel. Oh, yeah. Mr. Speaker, when I see things like the CLC, they're gonna basically keep the lights on for 2 more years. Well, they were gonna do it anyway. It's the GNWT's buildings. We don't have any clear-cut plan on this, but they're restating it as a whirlwind success. And I think it's been raised by many people. We still have our MRA problems. You know, I would have liked to have seen on the side, not to consume attention, some real hard studying and commitment to why our resource industry is tanking. Now they'll say they're doing some work behind the scenes and it'll come someday, one day. Remember that phrase? And it's frustrating because our mining industry, we are a mining territory. And as I said the other day, you can't tourist your way into a new GDP out of this problem. You can't be. I mean, I like art, I buy art too. We had friends here recently, we said, go on an Aurora tour, spend some money. As a matter of fact, the speaker, you know this, almost cost me money taking a visitor to the Diamond Center. I don't know how he survived that visit. The point being is we can only tourist our way so much out of this problem, and it's not gonna have an effect over the greater GDP. So hoping the feds will save us seems to be the theme of this budget. I'm worried when we get to talking about the Mackenzie Valley, members wanted committed routes, some details, whether it's the Tallston, to move it forward. And I'm so worried about that because, you know, deep down inside, I wonder if that's ever going to happen. I mean, I like the concept of the project. I really do. I think it's a great plan. But we don't spend enough time talking about, really, will the water be there in 5 years, 10 years? Will the water be there for the capacity and the amount of money we're going to spend? Will the customers be there to do that? Oh, we'll worry about that in a couple of years. But we've been spending more than 20 years on this particular problem, and we still don't have a route. I am glad, again, the juxtaposition about how I feel about this budget, but yet I'm pleased about it, is I'm glad to hear they're going to ring the bell of opportunity in the social work program, the education program. But I've also suggested, you know, even not that long ago in the fall session, about trying to open the door to other trades and opportunities where we could work together through Aurora College. You know, I've highlighted some. But there seems to be little uptick trying to say, how do we create this when I'm providing opportunities? Suggestions that the department, the minister, or in the college could run with. Mr. Speaker, I think, you know, listening to the words about how different people felt about the child and youth advocate, how it bothered people, we couldn't get a simple yes on this. As a matter of fact, I thought if there was one issue, remember that little islands and we all come together once in a while when the tide goes out and we all form one sort of fixed piece? I thought the child and youth advocate was the one. I really thought people would dig in and just say, no, 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 till you do that. It could have been a simple yes, 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 and we will commit money now to bring it online, and we'll commit money in the future to bring it in live. They could have said, we're going to hire 2 people to design the office and bring it online. And again, this is no different than what I said, you know, the previous week. How come 10 provinces and 2 territories understand how important this is, and we can't see that? Like I said, I thought that was one that would really have made a difference. Mr. Speaker, another thing that would have made a difference, and I've, you know, certainly not been quiet about this, and I appreciate those who were willing to support the initiative, and some days it really felt like it was pulling teeth, was the fact that, you know, trying to advocate on behalf of the RCMP for a health crisis intervention team as a pilot. This is something the RCMP would welcome. This is not breaking new ground, Mr. Speaker. It's breaking ground on how we currently do business. And sometimes I think that that's the fear of this current design of the budget system, the budget process, the budget negotiations, if you call them, is that this is the only way it works. There are many ways for it to work. You know, being the Dean of the House, you know, an old dog in the sense of legislative years, maybe not, you know, oldest, you know, as we know, we've got a few more gray-haired silver foxes around this room. But the truth is, in the old days, you know, the old governments used to spend time coming to the members in the fall and showing them, saying, how do we work some stuff into your budget? Or sorry, our budget. Well, it's everyone's budget, to be truthful. You know, there was that give and take early. You know, maybe they would have gone to the committee AOC and said, you know, MLA for the debt show, what's important to you? And they would have said, oh, well, maybe three-phase power mattered to me. It really matters, and it'll make the difference in this community. Like it would change the community. And then go back and think about it and evaluate it and come back and say, you know, okay, well, we can't quite get there yet, but maybe what we'll do is we'll work with you to create a plan to get there. Maybe not this budget, but we'll show you we're working hard. So you have something to go home with and show them we're moving the file beyond a no. And nothing's worse than we know better, not just know. We know better. In those days, it was quite collaborative. Yes, the government got most of what they want, but at the same token, they said members need wins. How many members, you guys must be sick and tired of me saying this, but it matters. Members need wins. And it frustrates me that if somebody gets a win, we can't find ways to stick together for other members to get wins. I mean, I'm not picking on my colleague from Montfouille, but I just want to make a sense that, you know, I was very supportive of the Talicha one. I'll go around, I'm very happy for Mackenzie Delta getting their things. But I mean, all of us need wins, not just one or two of us. Like the government has all the resources to do all the decisions, and then they come to us in a format of saying, this is how it's going to go. Convince us otherwise. But it's almost impossible to convince otherwise because we're 11 individual groups, and that's important, and that can't be lost. 11 individual groups. There's nothing that binds us or holds us together. Perhaps hopes, perhaps dreams, but there's nothing that holds us together. Mr. Speaker, I feel like this government is going to miss an opportunity, and, you know, in the sense of, for example, the land administration. That comment was in the minister's response yesterday. I mean, I cannot stress enough. I don't know how I'm so worried we're going to mess this up. And I am terribly worried. I mean, we hear Yellowknife City Council, we hear Nuvik Council, we hear Hay River Council. They all want land. And it continues to be a clear-cut illustration of lead feet moving forward. You know, when I was a young person in the 80s, not completely young, but they talked about the land lease policy, we'll solve things. I even brought it up the other day about Justice Berger saying, oh, don't worry, we'll solve land claims and we'll get through this in about 10 years. Oh my goodness, Justice Berger, well, he undershot that guess. But land matters. Now, I'm happy to hear that they want to put a couple more people in the system, thank goodness. I just hope it changes the problem because, you know what, the federal government can't wait for us. And as a matter of fact, it's sad to say we almost require the international crisis for us to move forward on success. And I feel horrible as a person thinking about we need bad news for us to have good news here. I don't want to be that person. I don't think anyone does. But if we can't get our stuff together and aligned quickly, what do you expect the federal government to do? I mean, do you want them to issue a parliament order that they're seizing property and they're going to do this and they're going to do that? I mean, I said at the opening of the budget during the start, which is we should have been rolling out the carpet, the red carpet, the big carpet, and saying, thank God you're coming. Because hopes don't fill bellies. They're great stories. So, Mr. Speaker, I really feel like if you assess what the members asked for, and even not that, because they're restated priorities, most of them within the government of what they are doing, but even if you just said they were ours, we're down to $10 million, and that's 0.003 of the budget. That doesn't feel like a win. That feels like the crumbs that fell off the floor, or fell off the table and onto the floor. Just enough to tease us to come back next budget. So as everybody says, you can't get what you want, always want, I just wish we felt like we got it once in a while. I wish I could be standing here saying, I'm voting for this budget because I'm so excited that half the members' asks were satisfied. Not even a quarter of the members' asks were satisfied. Very few, Mr. Speaker. And hence, it's a very disappointing process until there's a willingness to open their ears and give members wins once in a while. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Illinois Centre. To the motion, member from Great Slavey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since I have the dubious responsibility of being the last person to speak to this, I will be short. Mr. Speaker, today is March 5th, 2026. I first met with the Finance Minister on January 5th, Mr. Speaker. I went with my main estimates and my questions, and I peppered her for a good hour and a half, 2 hours, saying, what does this mean? What does that mean? Why is this happening? I don't like this. Explain this. And she answered as much as she could with aplomb and said, you know what, let's take this to round 2. And so 2 days later, I did the same thing again, all over again, on January 7th? 7th. I can do math this late in the evenings, Mr. Speaker. So after that, I then spent 2 weeks in confidential briefings with all of my colleagues, with the minister in January, as well as all of the ministers across the side of the House, Mr. Speaker. And then I've spent 5 weeks here in this House choosing to be the water that wears down ministers and the Premier, Mr. Speaker, on the things that are important to me. And drip, 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 we finally got there, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the chair of AOC and the deputy chair of AOC. And I want to thank the member for Sawtoo, who taught me to be like water wearing down the rock. So thank you. And I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I apologize deeply if I have made the Minister of Finance's January of 2027 very, very busy. But that is how you get things done. You wear people down and you get what you want. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Great Slavey. To the motion. Somebody say question. Thank you. Oh, you want to go again? Minister of Finance.
Okay, I'll try to be brief, Mr. Speaker. I'm reading the room, but I'm not good at it. Mr. Speaker, look, I appreciate comments from all the colleagues, and it is an opportunity to respond to some of it. I can't respond to every single member's concerns or criticisms of the budget or the process itself, but I do want to hit a few of the highlights. We don't have endless money, Mr. Speaker. We don't have endless public servants. And what I will say is I have now, over the last few years, come to dread the day that I am getting the letter with the first round of asks. This year's letter was over 7 pages long, if I recall correct, or the better part of 7 pages long. And I often brace for what I'm going to see in it. It is detailed. It often involves things like plans, costed plans, targeted plans, detailed plans, frameworks, resources, workforces, so on and so forth. And Mr. Speaker, we're getting that obviously in the course of having a month or 6 weeks to go in the middle of session. And this is what we're all collectively being tasked in our departments to go and fix. What is different in that process, as I have come to find out, is that what I've been told is that in the past assemblies, the asks were focused on more money here or more money there. And so these detailed asks seeking clarification, extensions, additions to the way the government works is a very different approach to changing the budget. The budget isn't just the new money. The budget is the totality of how the government spends public resources to deliver things for the public. And so what I am asked with these detailed asks on behalf of my colleagues is to fundamentally alter the work that is happening with the $2.7 billion. And the process is one that begins and really begins just about when we leave here tomorrow. Departments almost immediately have to start going in and saying, okay, where have we landed? What are our target adjustments? What did we hear over the course of session? Where do we know those pinch points are going to be in the next year? What were the major themes, topics, highlights, things that we didn't address in this budget, but we know have become major issues? The business planning process for departments and for ministers happens over the fall, so that by December, all of our colleagues here in the House are getting a copy of the draft main estimates. The main estimates do get printed, but we know that they will change. And that process of change, Mr. Speaker, begins, as I think was just detailed, with the January reviews, then the beginning of the discussions in February through now. That formal part of the process is a quarter of the year. A quarter of the year we spend formally reviewing the budget, going through it, and negotiating it and discussing it. Of every single calendar year, we go through that process, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of this one, Mr. Speaker, we do have quite a number of, I think, fairly interesting changes that are coming in terms of how government is functioning. And so I did go through them yesterday. I do want to note, Mr. Speaker, it would be my intention to table them as a list tomorrow so that they are more readily available as a tabled document for anyone that wants to have a look at the highlights. But there are a few that are worth mentioning again. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to start with the education items, and the inclusive schooling item got some attention here today. There was a review underway, and there is a review and a management response being prepared. It was not ready in time to be part of the business planning process. Typically, something like that would go through a business planning process. So we wouldn't even see the benefits of this review until the next budget in 2027. It was obviously abundantly clear that that was not an acceptable timeline to our colleagues here. It was abundantly clear that they were expecting this to move much faster. So no, I don't know the specific details. We are taking an estimate of what the costing will be. We've estimated just roughly through the Department of Finance that this is likely to be a $30 million need. It frankly may well be more, Mr. Speaker. But the other thing is we're prepared to say we're not just going to wait till the next budgeting cycle. We're going to get some of that moving out immediately. That is not a small ask just to go and take a huge review and figure out what to do. But again, that response is coming as a result of the priority set through these last couple of months to identify that we can't wait for next year, that we need to figure out some dollars faster. And even if that's not perfect, we need to do it, and we need to do it quickly. So that's how it's coming. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, with respect to early literacy and screening and intervention, and frankly, the absence of federal funding that may be coming for early learning and childcare, I don't know where that's going to land, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Education doesn't yet know where that's going to land. We can sit back and we can wait. We can say, yeah, well, we'll probably figure it out, or we can be put on the spot now here to say, we're going to make this commitment. We're not going to let this program slide. We are going to make a commitment now, and we're going to figure out the funding. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I think that gives some people in the Department of Finance some queasiness. They would much prefer if we could take this process slowly. Come up with a careful plan, developed over time, carefully costed, vetted through the processes, not here where we say, you know what? Our colleagues have said they can't wait, they won't wait, and they won't pass this budget unless we make that commitment in advance. This actually, Mr. Speaker, if I recall correctly, was the first year, knowing the size and scale of the expectations put upon us by our colleagues, of the kinds of things they wanted to see advanced this year, not next year. This was the first time that we're actually making commitments for next year, saying we will figure this out this year. We will use this year's budget to get this work done, and we're making commitments for budget 2027 now on behalf of the government. It's the first time we've done that, and the reason I think it matters, Mr. Speaker, is it speaks to, again, the totality of the way that our system functions, where we can recognize that there are priorities that we may be working on as a government. But the criticism of when is it going to come When are we going to see it? When are we ever going to do it? Well, we've now said, okay, I don't have the number for you today, but I'm going to commit that it will come. It will be in the next budget. And I don't think I've ever actually been in a position or been put into the position to have to do that. But those were the demands put on us, that we're not going to let this government be done. We're not going to let the 20th Assembly be done unless you tell us that these things are going to happen. So go get the work done, figure it out, and bring it back. And so that's what we're doing on a number of fronts now, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate that colleagues are not just expecting an answer by the May session. Some of these big items, early learning and childcare is a good one, and some of the inclusive schooling money and some of the healthcare commitments, they will take longer to get done right. But again, it is a very different process than what you might see elsewhere. But it's one that I think really does, again, speak to the totality of how do we spend public dollars and how do we decide where to put them, and this is one that truly does respond to that. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to, actually, as I'm flipping through my own little list I'm going to table tomorrow, I do want to stop for a moment on the Clecho government item. I know this has also come up this evening, and the administrative region. I do sincerely appreciate the member from Montfleet's, but I've heard from a number of people on this issue, and a lot of questions of what that will look like. I appreciate a bit of grace on this because I do acknowledge that there's a strong expectation that this will get done this Assembly, not some future day. But I do feel strongly that we want to make sure we're doing this work with the Clecho government. I know myself and the Premier have had outreach from the Grand Chief on this now in the last couple of days owing to the discussion here and to the commitments made. And so I do just want to reaffirm, I've certainly heard the request that this happen for all of the reasons put forward in the Assembly. So that was in the budget acknowledgements, but again, I want to maybe just double down a little bit, that I've heard that, I understand it, and we're going to find this one, we're going to find a path forward on this, Mr. Speaker. We're going to find a path forward that really meets the needs of the Clecho government and the Clecho people. Mr. Speaker, I am trying to be mindful of time. I want to spend a couple minutes on the health and social services items. This one, there was a lot of attention and a lot of time spent in unpacking these challenges. There's a lot of work happening in primary care reform. There's a lot of work happening on medical travel review. But again, us in the government side saying there's work happening when it's not translating, when it's not answering what members from AOC who are charged with accountability over the government are saying, this is not good enough what you're giving us, the timelines you're giving, the explanations you're giving, the details you're giving are not good enough, and we want to see more. We want to have more clarity, we want to have more commitments for times, we want to have more commitments for what we're going to see and when, and for more commitments on how you're going to do these things. That is fundamentally altering the work and the function of the public servants who are working within the budget that we are seeking to have approved. So to modify what they're doing, how they're doing it, that again, Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite a testament to the accountability that's been brought to this House, where I sit down with the Minister of Health, her deputy, my deputy, and we all sit and we say, okay, what can we do and how do we do it? So, Mr. Speaker, this was one that has had a lot of attention from our departments in order to make sure that we are making promises here reflective of the issues that have come forward and that will truly push the government in the direction that we are hearing clearly that members in this House want to go. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to maybe, before I conclude, land on the items under justice, because they actually happen to be items that matter a lot to me. It's the role that we have over here is in the departments that we have. We don't necessarily get a chance to dig into every issue. But when the asks come forward for improvements to small community access to justice on issues that I know have been around since way back in the day when I was still doing circuit courts. And they have long sought for solutions. I have long heard Sigachik and Gamity say, why can't we have RCMP patrols? Why the court doesn't come here? These are not new asks. But Mr. Speaker, this was the first time that the minister, in receiving these asks, said, we are going to solve this. We're going to figure something out. It's not perfect. I can't force the RCMP to open a detachment, and it's not a simple request, but we've found some solutions that I believe will make a significant difference. This ask from the members is what drove this. I appreciate that they brought it forward, and I appreciate that they're willing to to let us see if we can make some creative solutions that I hope will truly make a difference for the people in Gamity and Sikachek to have better access to justice and more safety and better sense of safety with the RCMP. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to conclude. I do want to commend the members. Again, the questions that are in question period are only part of the story. The questions that we hear in the Committee of the Whole, the media doesn't always pay attention to us here in Committee of the Whole, and maybe doesn't seem to make as good television, but that is the review of the budget. That is the public review of the budget document. Ministers and senior officials sit as witnesses. I'd commend anyone who has an interest in an issue or an interest in a department to review the Hansard from Committee of the Whole and to see the way that people truly dig into the line by line or the function by function of government, because that's where that happens. With that, Mr. Speaker, I do want to thank the chair and the deputy chair. As I said, it was an overwhelming list. They're having to manage that list too. I appreciate the work that they do. I appreciate the good humor they bring to it. I appreciate the twisting that they put on me to make sure that we truly are finding every last way to deliver within this government and within the way that we do things. They are lengthy negotiations. There's lots of back and forth. There's both exchanges of paper and reviews, one to the other. But one thing I will say, Mr. Speaker, is it's not what I have found it was many, many years ago where you bake a few asks in, you'd see your asks and the negotiations were effectively done, or set aside a few million here and there and it was done. When we go through this process, Mr. Speaker, we alter the way that we spend the dollars. We're not just adding new money. You're fundamentally going to change the things that we deliver upon as a government, and that is thank you to the asks, firstly, that members make, to the follow-through on which of those asks and how we want to see them achieved and what kind of creative solutions we can come up with. It alters the function of government. It makes the function of government better. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, my last word is this. I want to start or end where I started, which is that this territory is at a very challenging crossroads right now. It's been a very difficult several years of successive emergency, successive crisis. Now really we're sitting in the middle of a geopolitical crisis with eyes on the Arctic, and not always positive or welcoming ones, but the eyes of our nation are on the Arctic. And it's our opportunity to stand as elected leaders, to stand and say that we can work together, identify priorities, identify creative solutions, work towards them collaboratively, and that we are ready to do that, to deliver upon projects that will build this country, because a strong North will be a strong Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minister of Finance. Before I call to the motion one last time, I'd like to thank our interpreters very much for staying this late night. I thank you very much for the work you're doing, and I know you guys were supposed to leave at 8, but you guys are still working. I thank you very much for that. So, for the last time, to the motion. Question has been called, and the Minister of Finance has asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Nuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nunakput, the member for Decho, the member for Sawtooth, the member for Nuvik Boot Lake, the member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Mackenzie Delta, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Thibach.
All those opposed, please stand.
The member for Tunuday-Willowday, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Range Lake.
All those abstaining, please stand. Thank you very much. Colleagues, recorded vote. 15 in favor, 3 opposed, 0 abstention. The motion has carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Friday, March 6, 2026 at 10 a.m. Prayer or reflection, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, oral question 1071-20-1, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, written questions 35-20-1, 36-20-1, 37-20-1, returns to written questions, written question 32-20-1, 33-20-1, 34-20-1, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, motions, motion 76-20-1, 77-20-1, 28-20-1, 78, sorry. Notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Bill 46, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, Bill 3, Committee Report 39-20-1, Table Document 445-20-1, Table Document 483-20-1, Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, Bill 34, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Friday, March 6, 2026 at 10 a.m.